Because once somebody starts it, then it's kind of a revolving thing. Now, I wouldn't expect the Devers thing to actually say, oh, all of a sudden there's going to be a lot of trades.
The in-house name, for me, it's Matt Manning. And we've talked about this before. But if you're going to do something quick and you can't make the trade that you want, I'd give Matt Manning another kick of the tires at the major league level, and I'd do it out of the bullpen. His last 15 appearances have been out of the bullpen. Gator brought him up again yesterday. We talked about this a couple months ago when he first went to the bullpen. Let's see what happens here. The more time he's put in the bullpen, it looks like the better he is getting, but he's not. Under normal circumstances, I'd say more seasoning. Right here, right now, might be a good time to go and push this timetable a little bit forward and get him up here. Last 2 months in short relief, 18 2/3, 11 hits, 23 strikeouts in 18 2/3, 11 walks, but only one in his last 7 appearances, and a 3.37 ERA. I think that this is, again, normally I'd say more seasoning. I think it makes sense to call him up now. He's already on the 40, man. Let's go.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. Like I said, and you said as well, Feder thinks he can do it as a reliever at this level, then they'll bring him up. If he doesn't, they'll keep him in Toledo.
Yep.
That's simple.
Well, let's see if something goes down. Feedback coming into the Carson Anderson inbox. And if there's any word on Will Vest, when it does break, we will pass it along. We had somebody text earlier saying they'll never get over the Erod trade. Can't complain about Erod when the next year Harris redeemed himself by trading Flaherty for prospects, then getting Flaherty back. That pretty much is getting 2 nice pieces. Josh says, if the Orioles are sellers, I think Felix Bautista would be a great target for the Tigers. I do too. The Orioles just got healthy and just swept the Angels and probably are trying to position themselves in the back end of the wild card chase before they sell. I think that's a team with some runway before they decide what they're going to do. I know if it were my team, I'd want to see what happens with a healthy roster before I start selling off component parts. But
their general manager, Elias, is just getting shredded by their fan base for what they haven't done, basically. Because this team was really good at this time last year, right? I mean,
oh yeah, they were. I think everybody in baseball that wasn't, that was a less than New York or L.A. market was probably jealous.
Yeah, they had a lot of great young players. I mean, we wanted some of them. If some people who were saying they should trade Skubal, get Holiday and all these guys, and it didn't work out for the Orioles. I mean, right now the Orioles are what? They're in last place. They're 30. They have won 5 of their last 10.
Yeah.
And who knows how good they'll be or not. Out of the wild card, what are they out of the wild card? Let's see.
6.5.
6.5. Yeah, they're still somewhat.
I mean, right? You give it a little bit of it. If you're an Oriole fan, you're like, hey, let's not give up just yet.
No.
248-539-9797. More of your feedback here on the Tigers. All right, Brad Holmes spoke on a podcast, gave a little bit more insight of what it was like at the trade deadline last year, trying to get an edge rusher. We'll play it for you at 12:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Todd Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. Anderson out, Stoney's in. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Stanley Cup Finals tonight. Florida
Let's
can
go
clinch.
Panthers.
I'm not in that camp. Why are you rooting for Florida?
I just love the way they play.
Do you?
They're talented. They're physical. They're everything I would love a team to be that I root for.
Okay.
And it's nothing against it. It has nothing to do with the Canada thing. I think McDavid's obviously great and Draisaitl spectacular. I love the Florida Panthers.
I think it'd be good for the game if Edmonton won it, because then arguably the best player in the game will hold, the highest honor of the game on the Stanley Cup, and I think that'll be great for marketing. And the leagues need superstars, and I think it'll help. But have you been watching this College World Series at all?
Very little. I saw a little bit of the no-hitter yesterday, and that's about it.
Okay, so the no-hitter, I wanted to bring it up because of the name of the pitcher. What do you think of the first name, Gage?
Well, when I hear the name Gage, I first think of Detroit News Tiger beat writer Tom Gage. But as a first name, there's a guy that the Tigers drafted who left the system and is actually back, Gage Workman, who's actually done pretty well, I believe, since he's come back from wherever team he was.
So we're sitting around, and it's funny because I'm with my kids, and we're watching a game, and everybody's watching this thing, right? Arkansas, Murray State, and Gage Wood, the pitcher for Arkansas, has got a perfect game late, then he's got a no-hitter late, and he's in the ninth, and I just said, boys, what do you think if I named you Gage, if we named you Gage? And Gage is Gage is a sick name. Gage is a sick name, and I'm thinking, is it? But the parents somewhere went with Gage. I don't see a lot of Gage. Maybe we'll see more.
Maybe.
Nope. But I'm not. Of course, I wanted to name my son Booker, and that got shot down. My wife told a story. I didn't know this till yesterday. She was teaching in first graders at the time. And we were kind of debating names, and I like Booker. Let's go with the name Booker. She said to her kids, because she had a fear, she goes, hey, guys, what do you think if we had a new classmate in the class named Booker? And the kids all said, Booger, Booger. And that's why she nixed it.
Well, it's weird because I have twin girls, as you know, and Marissa was supposed to be Madison, but when Cindy was lying in the hospital bed, they asked for the names, and I did Marissa, and she was like half out of it. She said, okay. So that was my call. And Jessica, because we wanted to originally name it after Cindy's mother, who passed away, who started with the letter G. I said, well, I love the name Jessica, but why don't we do it with a G instead of a J? She goes, no, they'd call her Jessica. They'd call her Jessica.
Probably.
Okay, whatever. You win.
Let me back up here. So you guys agreed upon the name Madison.
Nah, not really.
And then at the last second, Stoney went with Marissa.
Yeah.
Remember I said Stoney's always good for a sharp right? That's an example.
Exactly. She wouldn't be the same as Madison Stone. The other thing I always think of is, what if their names were reversed? You know?
What if you named Madison Jessica and Marissa
Jessica and Marissa? It'd be weird now.
It'd be very odd. So your wife was out of it. She didn't protest.
No, she didn't protest.
Did she later go, dude?
No. I think she knew that she was going to have hand and probably control of probably 99% of their upbringing.
Everything that happened after that?
Yes. I had one thing that, besides that I...
Actually, you had one thing. Well, you had two things, right? Yeah. But you screwed up that one.
No, not really.
Now you've totally...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, all right. Okay, we said we get to this. This is Brad Holmes on the Chris Long podcast called Green Light. Takes us behind the scenes here a little bit on what it was like trying to acquire an edge rusher once Hutch got hurt. Okay. So I think some people are going to interpret that as he didn't swing big.
Well,
When he says he's calling for teams thirds and fourths.
yeah. Well, obviously, if they're not going to give him their thirds and fourths, they're certainly not going to give him, Myles Garrett or Max Crosby.
Yep. He couldn't pry away many people's thirds and fourths.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't talk about what he was going to trade back.
Correct.
But the way he described that, and look, I know some people immediately assume that he's an idiot. I feel like and I don't know why, because I feel like we have more evidence that this guy knows what he's doing. But if he is trying to acquire thirds and fourths and he can't get them, what do you think it would have taken to get somebody's first or second edge rusher? Was it even possible?
No, I don't think so.
And do you
Because
think
we don't live in the reality. Like, if you ask me, sure, we get Max Crosby to give up 3 number ones. Yeah, I would do it, but they wouldn't. No, nobody would.
I think if you're giving up a Max Crosby, and you think about if the Lions are having a bad season and they still haven't signed Hutchinson, and some other team calls about Aiden Hutchinson, do we want 3 number ones for a team that's trying to win a Super Bowl?
No.
I mean, I would rather keep Aiden Hutchinson and re-sign him.
Yes.
3 number ones would make me think, but 3 number ones almost never happens.
Correct.
And,
It's not the NBA where they trade 4 or 5 number ones.
What I find really interesting about that is what can we get for Josh Pascal? Because he'd be like our third or fourth, and maybe
you wouldn't get much.
Maybe he can get something. Might not be much, but maybe he can get something because he couldn't pry away thirds and fourths from teams.
Right. Well, Zadarius Smith was obviously not a third or a fourth either.
No. What did they give up for him? It wasn't
Was it a fifth?
I think it was a fifth. Do you remember, Paul, what they gave up? I can look it up too. For Zadarius Smith.
I think it was a fifth.
I think you might be right. They got Zadarius Smith in a 7th for a 5th.
Yeah.
And a 6th. So they basically got Zadarius Smith for a 5th and converted a 6th into a 7th. So.
Right.
Anyway, thought that was interesting. 248-539-9797. He also evaluated what he thinks he's got in the edge rusher room right now and an update on Hutch, and has asked about Zadarius.
Yes.
We'll play that for you today at 12:50. In the meantime, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Joe in Lansing. Hi, Joe.
Hi. I love listening to you guys, by the way.
Thank you.
I just have one question about the trade deadline very quickly.
Yep.
If you could get Bregman and Chapman from Boston in a package deal, are you going to trade away Clark?
No, because they're both gone at the end of the year. Unless you can if you can guarantee me Bregman's going to re-sign, I'd think about it. I don't think Max Clark's getting traded anyway. But I
got to tell you, Joe, most people don't come up with like a trade that is that's really interesting.
Anyway, make you think.
That's really interesting. Because I like Bregman's. I'd really like it if Bregman's contract he couldn't opt out. I love the length of Bregman's contract was what I wish Detroit offered. I did not like the Detroit offer. I thought the term was too long. And Chapman as a one and doneer, but help you at the back end of the bullpen. That absolutely makes me think, Joe. Where did this come from? Is this you and your boys having talks? Is this just you kicking it around in your head? Where did this come from?
So I had always wanted it to. When I heard that Chapman might be up for trading, he's one of my favorite relief pitchers, and he's been very dominant this season. And they need a third baseman, and I heard Bregman was also discussed. So, and I think it was yesterday, maybe it was you guys, talked about what would be worth trading Clark for.
It wasn't us, but
so someone yesterday, I don't remember. Maybe it was later.
I think you got to even question whether or not would Boston do that. First of all, Boston, I don't think is giving up.
No, that's especially they won again last night.
If we're doing a show in Boston, I don't think the Devers trade necessarily signifies a sell-off. But if we get a month from now, It was interesting. It made me think. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Stoney's in for Anderson. 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Why they have the largest auto accident settlement and largest truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. And if I have a family member or friend that needs a lawyer for an accident, I got to tell you what, I'd send in my guy Steve and the fine folks at Michigan Auto Law. There are over 2,000 reviews on their website from real people they've helped in Michigan. Feel free to check them out. Two main cornerstones of the business model are specialization and communication with the client, which is why if you need a lawyer for a truck accident or car accident, give them a call. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. I just don't get it.
What?
Brad Holmes is a 2-time NFL Executive of the Year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Have the Lions in our lifetime ever been a more credible NFL team than they are right now?
No, but that shouldn't be the bar. But yes, you're correct.
Well, that's why I brought up the NFL Executive of the Year thing. Is that a bar?
Yeah.
Here's some feedback to the soundbite we played from Brad Holmes. Excuses are like belly buttons. Everybody has one. All that sounds like to me is him making lame excuses. You know what I think happens? I think people make a trade for Patrick Mahomes in their fantasy league and think that's how it works in the real world. Mm-hmm. Just go get that great player that the other team will trade to you because you want him.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, it happens in all sports all the time.
Next text. Holmes is always acting like he's the smartest man in the room. Just say you didn't really try to make a deal and let's move on with our lives. Why wouldn't he try?
Of course he called.
You start thinking about their default position of these people is that Brad Holmes is a dope.
I know.
I don't get it. Why did you bring candy into the studio?
I don't know. Because I did. Because I didn't have lunch.
Does everybody hear that crinkling of stone?
And I'm not, look, you know me. I'm not sitting here being waving the Lions pom-poms here. But what made you think that Max Crosby, that the Las Vegas Raiders wanted to give the Lions Max Crosby for whatever package that even Brad Holmes could come up with? Or the Browns for Myles Garrett? What give me some credence? They weren't traded anywhere.
So, yeah, if those players were available and did have a real price tag, would somebody have traded for them?
Yes.
Okay, that's one. Two is the idea that you just go to, he didn't try. Just say you didn't really try to make a deal and let's move on with our lives is the text. Why wouldn't he try?
Right. Look, if you want to criticize Brad Holmes, if you're focused on the edge rushing position for not upgrading the other side besides Hutch for this season, this offseason, yes, that's a very valid criticism. Their faith in Marcus Davenport and their 6th-round pick in Pascal, whatever, maybe way off base. We'll find out. But I don't criticize him for the deadline thing.
I will tell you something that helps the pass rush, okay? What helps the pass rush is when there's nobody open.
Yeah.
And they did address the secondary. And I think who they have in the secondary is going to be better. Like the whole purpose of having an edge rusher is to have great pass defense and to put people in jail as far as down and distance. But when nobody's running open, and I think it's a pretty safe bet that the Detroit Lions secondary is going to be better than it was at the end of last year for sure.
Yeah, well, without Carlton
Davis. At the end of last year, yeah, but the addition of DJ Reed, who is arguably better, and Terrion Arnold is likely to be better.
Rakestraw likely to actually make some sort of impact.
Yep. You're getting other guys back. Amik Robertson is going to be back and healthy.
You assume that Branch and Joseph are going to be a little better. If not, even if they stay the same, that's pretty damn good.
Yep.
So, yeah. But I would have liked them gotten somebody better on the edge. And maybe they try. We don't know.
You know what's funny about the whole thing is, too, it's like they wanted Garrett, they wanted Crosby. That's what the fans wanted. But then when any host mentioned, well, you could trade these picks and maybe this player or maybe this player, fans would hate whichever player you included in a deal. Well, and it's like you have to trade something for these guys.
We're gonna find that out with whatever the Pistons do or don't do as well. That's the way fans are.
If you're in Cleveland or Vegas and somebody's coming at you for Myles Garrett or Max Crosby, think about what you'd want in return. It would have to sting the Lions. I mean, sting.
Yeah.
It includes probably players that they're using now to win. I don't think the Browns and Raiders were ever actually trading Garrett and Crosby. That's from an unnamed texter. I wish he'd signed it.
Yeah,
but I
he's
completely
right.
agree. Jay in White Lake, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jay.
Hey, fellas. How are you today?
Good.
Good.
So yeah, it's a great topic, and I understand your frustration. I don't get it either. I think that the difference between you guys on air and the fan is that when you guys talk about things like Brad Holmes or AJ Hinch or anybody else, you're giving your opinion or feedback based on pragmatism and educated understanding of the sport, whatever, but you leave your emotions out of it. Whereas I think I've only lived in Detroit all my life. I don't know what other fans are like in other towns, but at least in Detroit, it seems like so much of our fan base and any of our sports goes through this emotional roller coaster every time the slightest thing happens. And you've got a guy like Brad Holmes or AJ Hinch, that these are, look at what they've done already. They're making incredible decisions over the last couple of years based on knowledge and understanding and being educated on all of this. They do things that we could never hope to understand. They have conversations that we never hope to hear about. So I don't understand why people sitting in their car or on their couch somehow think that they have a better understanding of the intricacies of how to manage a giant sports team. My thing is, I sit back and I wait. They're the smart ones, not me.
So hold on.
So they're going to make.
I don't mind. Here's what I just where I get a little frustrated is that all of the sudden the assumptions that have to be the basis of these texts are that the best GM we've ever seen and a promising organization with the Tigers, what they've got going now, that they're idiots. That they're idiots.
That's what I don't understand. Look what they've built. Look what they've built. It's amazing. It's almost like some of these fans are sitting there wringing their hands waiting for somebody to make the slightest slip so they can attack it. And I just don't get it. I am over the moon for the last couple of years watching the Tigers, the Pistons, the Lions come into their own. I got my own issues with Steve Yzerman, but whatever.
Sure.
But
well, that criticism is a lot more valid. I mean, when you look at the bottom line of where these teams are,
right,
they're in very healthy positions.
And for someone who lived in a different city for a while, it's not that much different. In fact, cities, especially in the Northeast, their fans are even more reactionary than they are here.
I would say that's probably true.
And that's okay. It's passion.
Okay, so there was more from Brad Holmes, GM of the Lions, on the Chris Long podcast. This includes the question how he feels about the edge room, and he actually asked him about Zadarius Smith. Here's what Brad Holmes said. Okay, so there he is talking about the edge rusher spot.
Wait. Didn't Chris Long ask him about the Zadarius Smith there?
He did. He didn't ask. He didn't answer it. I'm not sure what he could say about it.
Well, he can because he's a free agent. He can say whatever he wants. There's no tampering involved.
No, but I mean, as far as any negotiations are going, you got to be careful there.
I mean, especially since Zadarius has made it very public that he wants to come back.
Yes. So, look, you talk about Hutch's health, explosive change of direction, looks great. Davenport, he clearly has faith in Davenport. And, the thing with Davenport is this would be one heck of a stroke of good luck to have a healthy Marcus Davenport. Yeah. And it's a low investment contract because it's all incentive related. Hassanine, he's not raw. It doesn't look like he knows it's not like he doesn't know what he's doing, I think is the way he put it. Which is interesting. You really expect something from him, Brad? Interesting. Now, the reason look, if you look at edge rushing position of Super Bowl winners, you know who has two guys like Aiden Hutchinson? Just about nobody.
Right.
I mean, if you go back years, was
the Giants when they had OC and Tuck, maybe.
Yeah,
right.
You had a combination in New Orleans a few years ago where they had two guys in the top 5. They didn't win the Super Bowl in terms of sacks, but
right.
All right. It's Carson Anderson. You want to react to that? In the meantime, still got feedback coming in on the Tigers, which is what started this whole thing, as a caller comparing Scott Harris's approach to the bullpen to Brad Holmes' approach to the edge rusher, and didn't have a lot of faith. That's what started the whole conversation about the Lions again. We'll get back to some Tiger stuff straight ahead. And Stoney's got a question. He thinks he has a sneaky answer that nobody else will think of. We'll get to that today at 106 on 97.1 The Ticket. This time next week, the PGA Pros will be in town.
Oh, and we'll also be one day away from the NBA draft, I believe.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. I think it's Wednesday. Next Wednesday. You watch any of that game last night?
Yes, I did. I thought Halliburton really showed up.
Oh, my God. Look, he's damned if he – and Carlisle, what should he have done? Should he have kept him out? Because he's obviously hampered.
Yeah.
And he would get ripped. He was ripped for his performance. And if he doesn't play, he would be ripped for not playing in such an important game. So, look, Jalen Williams, who was a 12th overall pick the same year the Pistons got Ivy, what a game he had.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there. They should have taken him and said, that's irrelevant.
Really? Because that's really in your playbook.
No, I know it is, but I'm not. Not when it's that far of a difference sometimes. Anyway, but yeah, he was great. Shea was great. And Chet Holmgren, to me, he's been kind of like disappointing a little bit. He hasn't been as good as I thought he'd be. But TJ McConnell almost won the game for him. When they cut it to 2, I said, it's all. Because I thought Oklahoma City, I thought the arena, the sphincters were going to tighten, things like that. But give them tons of credit. They did a good job. They're the best team in the league, and we'll see if they can win it on the road tomorrow. Is it tomorrow or Thursday? I have no idea. They take forever.
I think it's Thursday.
Okay.
Because why wouldn't it be? It is Thursday, yeah. So, anyway, the PGA Pros will be in town this time next week, getting ready for the Rocket Classic. They're in Connecticut for the Travelers. So that's going to be cool. And J.J. Spawn being here is going to be really cool. He's committed to play. Hopefully that'll be the case. But you had asked a question. I don't know how we're going to. I have some ideas on a guess, but your question was about the most tortured fan base in the last 30 years. So this isn't local related necessarily.
No,
it's everybody. Be. Yeah, it could be.
Who do you think is? Yeah.
Who do I think the most tortured fan base is for the last 30 years? And without giving it much thought, the first name that pops into my head, all right, are you ready? Is the Cleveland Browns.
That would be the first name that pop into most people's heads.
Okay.
I mean, you lose your team blows year after year after year. That is a good answer.
Because not only did you lose your team, the old team went somewhere else, became somebody new, and won the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Yeah, like within 5 years after leaving.
Yeah, and you always think, as bad as it was for Lions fans, imagine if the Lions moved to Baltimore, called themselves the Ravens, and immediately won a Super Bowl. But that's not you. Now, do you think this fan base is more tortured, or do you think
it's equal? It's very similar, actually.
Okay. Well, why don't we 248-539-9797? Why don't we take some texts and see if anybody can get what it is that Stoney thinks the most tortured fan base. You're obviously not going to say the Lions.
Correct.
Yeah. Because we all know the history and how bad it's been.
Yes.
Could I ask a possible caveat? Is it a team that actually has a good fan base?
See, if I give the correct answer, that might... Yeah, they do have a really good fan base, but there's a word in there that I used instead of another word.
All right, well, we'll just leave that subject to interpretation. All right, let's get some text. Stoney thinks there is a team that rivals the Cleveland Browns. Now, to be fair here, I didn't say Cleveland fans. I said Cleveland Browns, right? Are you going with a full city? Or
I'm going for the city, the fan base of that team.
Okay. And you think they are as tortured as the Browns? You think the Browns would be number one more so than the Lions?
Probably.
I think it probably would be too because of the whole lose your team and they go win a Super Bowl.
Right. And they can sit there and say, and the Lions went 0-16, and then the Browns come back and go 0-16 as well.
Okay. All right. I've got a couple of things coming in here on Twitch, and I know the texts are coming in. So should I just start reading them? And you?
Sure.
All right. Fennis says it's got to be the Mets.
No.
Okay. I don't know what would make you think of this in this time and age, but Kamikaze says The Buffalo Bills?
No. But,
I mean, these are good.
4 Super Bowls, and then they lost them all. I mean, you have Tony Ortiz as one of your biggest supporters, so that's a negative.
Wow.
Just kidding. Oh, we always kid Tony.
Tony catching strays. All right, so you think it's neither of those.
Mm-mm.
All right, we'll leave it out there and see what kind of texts come in. Meantime, Tigers in action tonight. We wait. The big story of the day is what's Will Vest's status.
Yes.
Because his ability to come out of the bullpen and be locked down at the end of baseball games has been huge for this team. The pairing of him and Canely, stuff from the Neo story today, 40-3 when leading after 6, 40-0 when leading after 8. And yet the bullpen had been given up. Things have gotten sketchy. There have been some less than masterpiece work done prior to those two, but we'll pass that along as soon as we get to you. All right, you ready for some more?
Sure.
The Toronto Maple Leafs.
That makes me so much. It brings me so much joy. But yeah, they would be right up there.
That is from Nort in Pinckney. Although I'm looking at Toronto Maple Leafs. Maple Leafs, I love their suffering. All right, here's one.
Do you want a hint?
No. Come on, I'm looking through these texts that came in.
Mm-hmm.
I think the most tortured fan base of any team is in Oakland.
Oh, because the 2 teams leaving.
Yeah.
And actually, if you want to even get technical, the California Golden Seals left, and the Warriors moved across the bay.
Yeah, I mean, so they've had everything, and it's all left.
Right.
Golden State is now playing in San Francisco, right? I don't know where they're not playing in Oakland anymore.
Correct. But then again, when they were the San Francisco Warriors, they played in the Cal Palace and they moved to the Oakland College. So that went back and forth. But yes, that might trump this to a certain extent.
Okay. Last 30 years got to be the Bills. 5 Super Bowl appearances, no wins. Now can't get past Patrick Mahomes. It's 4 Super Bowl appearances, right? 4. All right. David Warren says Sacramento Kings is the most tortured fan base.
Yeah, they thought they had a chance to go to the finals, and they got jobbed by the officials the years when Chris Webber played for Sacramento. All right, here's my little bit of a hint for you, Doug.
Hold on. I want to write down a name and just show it to you. That's it?
Yep.
I got it.
Yep.
All right, we'll tell you who it is at 116 on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Stoney thinks he's got this fan base that's got to be the most tortured in sports.
And there's no right or wrong answer.
Well, this
right?
was the one thing I said to you during the commercial break.
Yeah.
Nobody can look this up because it's Stoney's opinion. Do you care to venture a guess, Paul? Because I got it right before the break.
I don't know. It's tough because his clarification sort of confused me more than it helped me. So I don't know.
All right. And I started thinking about this a couple days ago, 2 games ago. The fan base of the Seattle Supersonics. A great franchise. I mean, a great franchise with a good history. They won an NBA championship in the late 70s. They went back to back. In those years, they played the Washington Bullets 2 years in a row in the finals. Gus Williams, Spencer Haywood played there, not then, but Jack Sikma. They had a real, and then, Gary Payton, the George Karl years with Sean Kemp and Dale Ellis. And they had a great fan base. I mean, Kevin Durant played 1 season there, and Russell Westbrook was and they get sold. Howard Schultz, who of course owns Starbucks, they couldn't agree on getting the arena together, and they sold the team to the Bennett family, and they were told, or the fan base was left to believe, that whoever bought the team was going to keep them in Seattle. Obviously, they didn't. They go to Oklahoma City. They built a great team there with 2 of their draft choices, Durant and Westbrook. They added James Harden. They went to the finals and lost. And now they're 1 game away from winning the NBA championship. And they had built this future with all these draft choices and arguably the best player in the game right now in SGA. I mean, if you're a Seattle, and I was there a couple years ago, and people might be around here because I sometimes wear a Seattle Supersonics hat. They still love that team. People are under the impression that if the NBA does expand, Las Vegas and Seattle will get teams. Before a game that I went to see the Kraken play, they happened to have at a bar right by the arena. They used to have a Sonics appreciation, and George Karl and Dale Ellis were there. They love that freaking team. And to sit there and watch your team that you love and have been away for, 17 years, win an NBA championship, that hurts. Now, there are probably some fans. I have a friend of mine who grew up in the Hartford area, and when the Hartford Whalers left, he is still a huge Carolina Hurricanes fan because he wasn't living in Hartford when they left. So he is a huge...
He just followed his guys.
He followed his team, and they're his team, the Carolina Hurricanes.
So I got relatives in San Diego. I think I've said that on the air quite a bit.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they are completely F the Chargers.
I don't blame them.
Like, they are so... And I can't even... I have this theory that whoever your favorites are when you're 12, 13, 14, stick with you for life. And it's very hard to break that.
I know.
I can't imagine our guys uprooted in any sport going to another town and suddenly hating them and rooting against them, because I think of the team as the players, not necessarily the owner.
Well, like in Cleveland, I mean, some Clevelanders who are listening could call in and let us know. But when they left, the fans thought they were duped. And Art Modell, they hated them and all that stuff. So the hate followed them, to Baltimore with that franchise. And then the league softened it up and gave them an expansion team.
Yep.
The fact that they got to keep the name, keep the records, and all that stuff. I mean, I'm sure Baltimore Colt fans are now appeased. They're all Raven fans, but I remember because I was working in Washington in the middle of the night, all of a sudden moving vans moved the Colts to Indianapolis, and that stunned everybody.
Yeah.
What is similar to Seattle is Quebec Nordiques.
Yeah.
I mean, what a great fan base. They moved to Denver, and their first year they win the Stanley Cup.
Well, it's one of the worst parts about professional sports is when the business basically kills a fan base.
Yes.
And they are businesses, and they survive, and they get so much attention in part because seriously, all the money they make and all the TV exposure they get makes them a more lucrative business,
Right.
but it also makes them everything costs more. And at the end of the day, when that business kills a fan base, it's terrible. It's disgusting. There's really not much worse in sports than a team being taken away from its fans.
It's pathetic. It's just awful.
And here's the thing. Sports fans use the term "we" all the time.
Yes, we do.
And they do it knowing they're not on the roster.
Right.
But it speaks to how community feels an ownership of a team. And it's the pull. It's the real ownership versus the
emotional ownership.
Yeah, the emotional and non-literal ownership of the team.
Yeah. And look, and we sit there sometimes and say, well, for good reasons, why doesn't just Tampa just like move to Nashville or move to, the baseball team?
Right.
Move to Montreal or something like that where, there's another team. I mean, the Expos had a pretty good fan base and they left. It's tough. There are legitimate reasons if you're not drawing, if you're losing a lot of money and you try to sell it locally and that doesn't work. Yeah, there are circumstances where it does, make sense. You still feel sorry for the fans, but this was ridiculous.
Yeah.
In Seattle.
Yep.
We're going to keep it here. And everybody knew they were going somewhere. And it was Oklahoma City. That's where the guy lived. It's a great team. They might win an NBA championship.
Okay. Feedback coming in here, and there's a lot coming in on Brad Holmes and what he said and, his evaluation of the edge rusher room. And, when he said he people didn't want to give up their third and fourth edge rusher, let alone one better than that. Feedback, the Lions probably don't need another edge rusher per se, but they do need another first-round top pick on defense, either in that linebacker position or the opposite edge. If you think they're going to beat any of the top three teams, fine for a Super Bowl this year.
They need a nose tackle because McNeil probably won't be back till around Thanksgiving is my guess.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot riding on some young players growing up in a hurry or some pieces that have not produced yet producing.
DJ Reader.
Well, DJ Reader's got to stay healthy. And
Yes.
DJ Reader can be a really good player in the middle of that defensive line. But, Onzarike, Tyleek Williams, it's either a player that has battled injuries and is actually, Onzarike started to do some decent things last year and looked like it might be a bit of a run stuffer and creating some pressure from the middle
I
of the
actually
defense.
thought he was going to leave for free agency.
Of course, Holmes brings up how good Davenport looks. Can't wait until week 1 when he goes on the PUP list for the season. You can't wait for that, huh?
Yeah.
You can't wait. You can't wait until that guy gets hurt and it hurts the team again.
And it was a different injury this time, right? It was a pec. Before it was his legs.
But this guy can't wait for him to get hurt again.
Oh, just so you can say you were right.
He just didn't like the price. When he says they're not, I don't know what he said. He said people didn't want to give up their third and fourth was his exact wording. He didn't say they weren't available. He said they didn't want to give them up, which means they were probably talking about multiple first-round picks or multiple assets. Multiple picks or multiple assets. I shouldn't say first-round picks, which is a lot to pay for a backup edge rusher. And so that's how I interpreted that. I'm not saying, I don't know that he said they were untouchable, but I think he was saying the top guys, untouchable. The rest of these guys, high price. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Stoney is in for Scott the Gator Anderson. You had a question. I want to do 10 texts again, Paul. I want to see what these answers are. So Pittsburgh's in town to take on the Tigers tonight. Mm-hmm. Last night, Paul Skenes and Livvy Dunn were at the College World Series game between LSU and UCLA.
Yes.
It got stopped by rain. They picked up play today. Livvy Dunn is still there. Paul Skenes is here.
Right.
With the Pirates.
But he's pitching Thursday, so she might be here on Thursday.
Yep. So she might be in town.
Mm-hmm.
And he, of course, is in town. And Stoney asked the question, who would you rather meet, Paul Skenes or Livvy Dunn? Do we provide any context to this? Are we meeting him out for, just randomly
Yeah,
at a
have
bar?
a little conversation, whatever. I mean, we're not.
Sit down at a bar and Skenes and Livvy Dunn are sitting next to you and you strike up a conversation. But if it could be one or the other,
Yeah.
who would you rather it be?
Mm-hmm.
We'll take the first 10 texts.
Whose autograph is worth more these days, by the way? I assume Skenes on a card, but I don't know.
I bet there's Livvy Dunn trading cards somewhere.
Sure there are.
All right, first 10 texts, sign your text. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so last night, Livvy Dunn and Paul Skenes are at the College World Series. Pirates are in town. Paul Skenes is presumably here, but they just showed a cutaway of Livvy Dunn at the UCLA LSU game, which was resumed after a storm rolled through Omaha last night. And we just asked people, if she comes to Detroit, who would you rather meet, Paul Skenes or Livvy Dunn? We should probably had everybody tell us how old they were, and everybody tell us if they were married or not. I think
That probably would have been smart.
Yeah. Marcus at work says Livvy Dunn all day. Matt says Paul Skenes. Brian says Skenes. Coop in his car says hands down Livvy Dunn. Doug from Shelby says Livvy Dunn. Don't want an autograph, just want to look at her. Andrew and Adrian says Livvy 10 out of 10. Todd says Livvy Dunn. From an unnamed texter, Paul Skenes, because we wouldn't know who she is without him. I think some people.
No, yeah.
Livvy, no question. That's from Dave in the Shores. I would rather meet Livvy Dunn. That's from Nick in a Truck. Should ask the women. Women know what they would say.
Well, Skenes doesn't have the mustache anymore, does he?
No, but I mean, Livvy Dunn was an accomplished gymnast.
Yes.
Right? I mean, there might be people that want him.
Oh yeah, a lot of little girls probably.
I think so.
They love their gymnasts.
Yep. Anyway, just a fun little aside.
By the way, speaking of the Pirates,
Yeah.
here's a name to think about when you're looking for bullpen help.
Okay.
Dennis Santana.
Okay.
He is 29 years old. He was with the Dodgers for 4 years, Texas, the Mets, Yankees, and in the last 2 years with the Pirates. Actually, the Pirates got him at the trading deadline last year. So far this season, Dennis Santana, he's 2-1 with an ERA of 1.74. He has a whip of 0.84, 31 innings of work, 25 strikeouts, 5 walks, 5 saves, 1 blown save.
Yeah, that would work. I would imagine at the age of 29, he's not a cornerstone piece.
Yeah, plus they blow. They would take a prospect, wouldn't they? I mean,
And it probably wouldn't have to be like a high-end prospect.
probably not.
No, I like it. What steered you this direction? You just know that they're playing Pittsburgh?
Yeah, I went through with the Pirates roster. I just happened to click on a few relievers.
So I was looking at a pitcher. It's funny you say that. And we just talked about him. Paul Skenes. You know?
No, I don't. We don't want him. We don't need him.
No, don't need him. I like Brasenio. No. Hey, it's cool that it's getting talked about and written about. We probably have Nico Harrison of the Dallas Mavericks to blame for this.
Yeah, I know.
Because now anything's on the table, I guess. And I don't think I'm ever going to get what I suspected we would get, which is some moment.
Yeah.
Like that's why he got traded.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure that's ever going to happen.
There's a few guys on that list on the Pirates pitching staff that could be interesting. I should check the contract. Like one of the guys I believe is pitching tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Andrew Heaney. You're familiar with him with the he used to be with the Padres, right, for a little bit?
Yep.
Yeah, 3.33 ERA with a 1.11 whip, 14 starts. You know,
I'm telling you, man, it's bullpen arms are very valuable.
he could start.
They're easy to find. Or good.
I tell you, there's one person on that roster they can't take.
The Tigers can't?
Yes, they do not go near.
Who?
Joey Wentz. I can't believe he's still in the majors.
Wow.
He's played 19 games.
So the starting pitcher tonight is Casey Mize.
Mm-hmm. It's a big outing for him.
It feels like it. It feels like his last 3 outings has actually been him struggling, then struggling but still getting some outs, and then struggling but getting a little bit deeper. He hasn't been the best version of himself in about a month.
Since he got hurt.
Yeah.
You know, nicked up a little bit. It wasn't a major injury.
Yeah, it was when he first came back, his first outing was 5 innings, 4 hits, 1 earned run, 6 strikeouts, 1 walk. That's a pretty decent outing. He only went 77 pitches. It was the first one back after injury. Then it was big-time struggle bus. Then that game against the White Sox, if people watch that, I mean, he loaded the bases the first 2 innings and maybe gave up a run, maybe none. But he was like at 60 pitches after 2 innings and didn't get out of the 5th. And now his last time out, they lost to Baltimore, but that was the game where it got out of hand late with the bullpen. And he gave up a lot of base runners there, but only 2 earned runs into the 6th. So, it's gotten a little bit better each of the 3 outings, but it does feel like kind of a big outing for Casey Mize, right?
Absolutely. And, you got Scooble's going tomorrow.
Yep.
And then Montero on Thursday.
Yep. Who will be facing
Skenes.
Paul Skenes. Montero versus Skenes.
Montero,
the matchup we all dreamed of.
Yes, Montero actually has pitched pretty well the last few games.
Yes.
I'll give him credit.
I mean, he is what he is. He's their
4A player, basically.
He's their 6th or 7th starter.
Yes.
Who might be around and might be getting important starts for them, depending on what happens prior to the trade deadline and depending on what happens with the health of Reese Olson. But with Jackson Jobe out, certainly it aligns. 248-539-9797. You can make it down for any of these games against the Pirates?
Maybe. Oh, no, I can't.
Thursday's the afternoon game.
Yeah, I'm playing golf on Thursday.
Are you?
Well, it depends on the weather.
At the top of your list, if you are to buy a ticket to go see somebody in Major League Baseball, I imagine Scuba moves tickets in opposite towns. Is Skenes the number 1 guy?
Well,
Ohtani's one.
Or Judge.
Ohtani and Judge.
Yeah.
Skenes in your top 5?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Okay. I mean, Ohtani last night back on the mound, first time as a Dodger.
I know. He threw some heat, but he gave up a run in the first inning. But he still had, 2 hits? I love that. The opener stays in the game as a,
right.
As a batter.
Yeah.
He's incredible.
He really is. Whether or not we see more of that moving forward, I question, but it does kind of make some sense. So many guys are the best athletes, play in the field and pitch, but yeah, I watched that. I watched that and thought, that guy's amazing. He's a freak show. And he looks like here's a dominant pitcher, dominant hitter. Here's the best player in our lifetime, and I'm not sure we're going to see anything like it.
You know who I still would go see? Have they been here? I don't think they've come in yet. Have they? The Angels? Trout still appeals to me.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. Gator brought up whether or not a couple of weeks ago, or saw a story, whether or not he would be on the trading block, whether or not he would be a player.
How many more years does he have left in his contract?
I feel like it's 3 or 4.
God, if he didn't get hurt all the time.
I know.
Perfect.
I know. Feels like injuries have really derailed what otherwise would have been
he's still a Hall of Famer.
Yep. He's incredible, but
he's got 5 more years on his deal.
Yeah. That would be tough unless actually, with today's money, it's not an unfair contract either.
What do you mean?
Well, because he signed it so long ago, so I assume I didn't look it up yet.
He's got 5 more years left at just over $37 million a year.
Oh well, I take that back.
That is a lot of money.
I take that back.
I mean, if he were healthy, you'd have to think it would be totally worth it. Which, if you have to get into a longer term agreement with Scooble, that's what you're hoping for. Is that the back end of that won't look as bad.
Right.
Hard to imagine. We were talking about the money, some of that fictional stuff that was getting kicked around last week. But anyway. We await news on Will Vest. There are a lot of people on the edge of their seats to find out because he was such a critical part of this team, and we are expected to get news today. 248-539-9797. Karsh, Stoney in for Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lots of Tiger talk today. Surprising Lions talk. Wasn't necessarily expecting.
Hey, Doug, I have a question for you.
I hope to have an answer.
Do you think, because I just went to the bathroom, that when Spencer Torkelson uses a public facility and he has to use the toilet tissue and the company has the toilet dispenser's Torque, what do you think he thinks?
I'm so glad you're in today. Because I would not have asked myself that question. But now I get to answer that question. Do I think when Spencer Torkelson looks at toilet roll holders
Yes.
that are made by the company TORK,
Yeah.
do I think he reacts? I think he beams with pride, Mike. What else would one do?
I don't know. Because I remember I think it was like last year was the first time it dawned on me. And it was like, God, he's so bad. It's like, it's very fitting. That was before he, had a little resurgence at the end. But
You made some joke about his play.
Mhm. Yes. But now
you've turned it around. Now you've gone the other direction.
Does he beam with pride? And it's like, damn, I wish I had a piece of that company.
Well, I think there's very little doubt. I know that if I was having a public sit down and I turned and looked at the toilet roll dispenser and it said on it something along the lines of
Karsh.
DK,
Yeah.
I'd sit there extra long is what I would do. I would lean into the moment. And when I walked out, you know what I'd say? I'd announce to no one in particular. That's right.
Is that why you're such a fan of DK Metcalf, Doug?
No, it isn't. I think DK Metcalf's a fan of me. That's what it was. You had it inverted there.
That's right. Yeah, exactly. Like Paul, do you drive a Sarah Chevrolet?
I wish I was
differently.
related to them somehow.
Anyway.
Well, what about you, Mike Stone?
There's
Got to be a lot of company names. Stone.
Yes, a lot of people with the name Stone. Like my cousin Sly died last week,
Okay, just to be clear here.
Sly and the Family Stone, not related.
Yeah, just want to make sure that that wasn't misinterpreted by somebody as standard fact.
Right.
By the way, I want to ask you about your place up north.
Okay.
Because, this time, I went up north this spring.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't spring. It was a few weeks ago. It felt like spring, but the weather was terrible. But we were walking along the water like we often do, and it was the first time we were ever up there where we experienced mayflies. And the Channel 7 did a story today from Luna Pier about it. This is the time where the mayflies are brutal down that direction. Have you ever had that problem at your place up north?
I don't recall. If my wife is listening, she'd probably know better than I do. I did notice on the beach there was more dead seagulls than I ever remember before.
Really?
Just lying on the beach, yeah. And I can't figure out why. But
Okay, so because we had done, we did a topic after we came back. I saw more animal carcasses.
I know. I
on the
heard.
road.
I heard that.
And I'm still noticing it more, and I don't know what's going on. If the road commission's just is budget cuts or what.
Why they're still on the road?
Yeah, it feels like there's been a lot more that have not been picked up. But anyway, the mayfly thing, those things are awful. And I'd heard people bitch about them. I know they've been a problem in Metro Detroit for a while, but I'm not along the water much.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the first time we'd experienced them up north. Terrible. I know there's a whole lot of people going, yeah, no crap, Doug. But
Yeah.
my condolences, man. I don't know if they're worse this year than they have been, but
We went through a stage a couple of years ago, like flying beetles. Like you're sitting on a beach and they just
Really?
pester the hell out of you. Yeah.
you're near the water, right?
Yes. Right on the Bay of Lake Michigan, I guess you could call it. Grand Traverse Bay.
Okay.
I don't know.
Well,
Basically across the street from Torch Lake.
across the street from Torch Lake. So you're
Yes.
on the Lake Michigan side.
Yes.
All right.
Very close to like well, not walking. Well, you can walk. Like, you know where the Torch Lake like airfield is?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're about, I guess, quarter of a mile.
Does that thing ever
north
get used?
of that. Yeah, they actually repaved. They put in a real runway.
Did they really?
Yeah.
All right. Because like I always drive past the runway in Boyne Mountain.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, when's the last time a plane landed on one of those things?
I know.
But 248-539-9797. Scott, you're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Scott.
Good afternoon, guys. Hey, you mentioned the mayflies.
Yeah.
Whether you call them Maine flies, June bugs. I live in New Baltimore, and this is fish fly season. They just started coming in last night, just kind of ramping up. And, of course, every year, this time of year, this weekend, we have the Fish Fly Festival downtown New Baltimore.
Really?
So we celebrate this. There's nothing like, getting on the scrambler, spinning around as fast as they can, and having fish flies smack you in the face as you go around with all the lights and it's a good time.
They don't last long, right?
It's about 2 weeks that they get bad, and then they taper off. We love New Baltimore. It's a great town, but not these 2 weeks. This is the time to go on vacation.
How close to the water do you live?
I'm about 3/4 of a mile.
Right.
Our sub is pretty good where they shut the street lights off. But, oh, man, the gas stations are horrible. I used to work at McDonald's right there. That was a mess. Blockbuster Video, when that was still open, they had windows, all the way around on the end of the strip mall. And, parking lot lights at Kroger's and that. It is downright disgusting to go through. I'll be complete honest. But other than these couple weeks of the year, we're coming to New Baltimore. We got a lot going on.
Yeah, starting with telling us about the flies probably isn't the best sell job, but other than that, right?
Other than that, absolutely.
Thank you. 248-539-9797.
The thing that bugs my wife the most, besides me, are the stink bugs, she calls them.
They bug her?
Yeah, well, I didn't even mean it like that in a joking way, but yeah.
What are those?
They look like I think they're the
the
ones that look like
orange?
little. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why do they bug her?
I don't know.
All right. I mean, I have no. It's not like I like them, but they just seem so harmless.
Yeah, but they're aggravating.
That is what it is. All right, so Tigers in action tonight. Casey Mize going for the Tigers.
Can't lose 3 in a row, Doug. Have they done that since the first series?
Yeah, they lost 3 in a row to Cleveland.
Oh, right.
They've had 2 3-game losing streaks. I think this is their 4th 2-game losing streak. When you think we're in the middle of June, and they have 2 3-game losing streaks, 4 2-game losing streaks, and I'm pretty sure that's it. Everything else has been a one-off.
Yeah. Maybe we'll discuss it tomorrow. I mean, it's more of a semantical argument, but I kind of got berated because on TV the other day, I said the Tigers are not a great team. They have the best record in baseball. They're a very good team. They're not a great team, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You can still win a championship without being a great team. Were the St. Louis Cardinals, who beat the Tigers in 2006, would you consider them a great team? No.
Well, what makes them come up short of that definition?
I know statistically, and there's analytically said, well, because Caputo threw all these things at me on TV. Oh, they're top 5 in this. They just, I don't know. When you have a lot of when you have question marks, great teams have fewer question marks than the Tigers have. And we discussed some of the question marks today. And it's not a bad thing. People say, oh, what do you mean they're not great? They're the best. Yes, they are a very good team. That's a positive. I just don't think they're great.
Well, I guess
a great team to me, now the Tigers will have one, and I don't think they're going to have another one, but who the hell knows? They might have 0. Who knows how long Scubo's going to go, but to me, great teams have, surefire Hall of Famers, perennial all-stars. Those are great teams with very few warts.
Well, I guess by your definition, I wonder if you are paying it. Like, do you think there's any great teams in baseball this year? Because by your definition, I'm wondering if you are missing the concerns in those towns.
No, I think the Dodgers have the potential to be a great team, but they're so riddled with injuries right now. It prohibits them from being a great team, but that's about it. I don't think, the Yankees are a great team. I mean, hell, they've gone, 20-some innings without scoring a run. I mean, I know it's a small sample size, but I don't think they're a great team. I think the sports world in general are bereft of great teams. There's a great team going to win. Hopefully, will win the Stanley Cup tonight because they're a great team.
I guess I wonder if you're.
It's semantics.
Yeah, and maybe seeing our own warts and not noticing the warts the other rosters have. But Rico Beard has sauntered in studio and joins us now. What's up, man?
Gentlemen, sorry I'm late, but we went down a quick rabbit hole and we started looking at opening lines in college football. Like, wow, are you serious?
Is this for opening weekend or
opening weekend and just like week 2 as well?
Okay, and there's some that stand out as like bets you're going to want to make now, or
you know what? I normally don't do that, but yeah, there was one where I'm like, okay, David, I needed a more reputable place to bet this rather than Doug's basement,
right?
AG. But if that's the case,
you gonna get an app?
Yeah, we were looking at the Michigan-Oklahoma game.
I was going to ask you, you're going to give it away, or are you going to give it away on your show?
No, we may do it tomorrow. We got to do a little bit dig. It was just one of those things. We just started going down that rabbit hole, and it was just like, there's a college football topic in here. Let's let it marinate for a little bit. But for today, before you ask,
yes,
Tigers, real deal, fool's gold. What are we doing here?
Well, he can answer my question.
They're a great team.
I got heat for on TV on Sunday. I think the Tigers are a very good team, but I don't think they're a great team, even though they have the best record in baseball. And people think I'm like the biggest traitor, idiot hater of all time.
No, Stoney, I'm with you.
And you can win a championship without being a great team. 2006 St. Louis Cardinals example.
Yes. And
the 2015 Kansas City Royals.
We will talk about those teams, but no, they're a good team. They're not a great –
right.
They're not the best team in baseball. They may have the best record. Not the best team in baseball. We'll discuss along with what you guys talked about with Brad Holmes and the Lions.
Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Game series with the Pirates at Comerica Park tonight. Good pitching matchup. Casey Mize for Detroit, Bailey Falter for Pittsburgh. Manager A.J. Hinch says the Tigers regrouped during the off day yesterday after what was a sloppy weekend series loss to the Reds. The Pirates, under former manager Tigers Don Kelly, they're the worst team in the third worst team in baseball at 29-44. Tigers, despite the series loss, they're still the best team in baseball at 46-27. That first pitch, 6:49 on 97, won the ticket here. The Lions announcing dates for the start of training camp in Allen Park this summer. The 10 practices open to the public. They start July 16th with Back Together Weekend. That's exclusive to Lions loyal members. Fans need tickets to attend practice. They are free but in high demand. Registration starts July 15th. And Jonathan Smith stays hot on the recruiting trail, picking up 2026 three-star linebacker Adam Shaw from New Jersey. This after recently he decommitted from Rutgers. Shaw's parents, Scott and Angela, played football and field hockey at MSU. This update brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hats for bats. Welcome in on a Tuesday. I want to tell you, if you're not watching us over our multitude of platforms, you are missing one of the elite Rico dress polos. Looks like the man just played 18 at Pebble Beach. You're ready to roll today. This is top 10 Rico. He's here.
We had our town square meeting. So
that's right.
I had to dress the part.
We've got a lot to discuss, and I don't know if this will work, because I think people are conditioned now to tell me I'm pretty or you're bad. But I think there's an interesting question. You and David kind of put this together. I then added some meat on the bone because ESPN had a lot to say about your baseball team. And then what I'm going to do is, in a rare twist, I'm going to kind of ride in with my cape on a horse, and I'm going to fix something. I have what I think. Ooh. Now, again, Rico, I don't know how quickly we'll get to this portion of it. I have a trade target that I don't think anyone will argue with me. I don't think they can make an argument against it. The one problem is going to be what you're going to need to give up. Now, you might be really interested in it, and that's all I'll say.
Okay.
But why don't we start with the base topic, which is titled Best Record, but Are They the Best Team? For 400, Alex. Your Detroit Tigers have a half-game lead on the best record sweepstakes. It's been an incredible start. Everyone's enjoying it, us included. But here's a question as we sit here on June 17th. Best record doesn't mean best team. If you believe the Tigers are the best team, and I tell you the record cannot be this 3x5 talking point like you're watching cable news, you don't get to do that. Well, the record says they're the best. No. Tell me why they're the best. If you don't think they're the best, tell me what your biggest concern is. Because as we hurdle towards a trade deadline, the conversation is, some people think we need a reliever. Mm-hmm. A lot of people, myself included, we need a right-handed bat. A lot of people, it's been a little bit of a growing thing. And I know we're waiting on the Will Vest injury news today. We need a starting pitcher. Mm-hmm. Well, those people would say if you're the best team, you wouldn't need all three of those things. So I want, and again, you have a power stat I don't want to take from you. You're wearing too nice a shirt for me to steal data. I want you to deliver it. We'll ask the question, and don't worry, people. No matter how sad the topic may be or angry you may get, just remember, I'm going to fix everything.
Uncle Mikey steps in.
Uncle Mikey is bringing ice cream cones to everybody. You're all my nieces and nephews today. I got you covered.
Okay.
I want you to bat leadoff. Again, you're in this Peter Millar fashion shirt. Go ahead.
No, when you look at this team, yes, David and I were talking, and they do have the best record, but we talked about it last week. According to Vegas odds, they don't have the best odds of winning the World Series. There's other teams that you see ahead of them. This team has been doing it kind of a little bit with, I guess, everyday lineup chaos. Last year, they ended the year with pitching chaos. You're seeing where, they're rolling out. I mean, I saw the stat according to ESPN, 60 different lineups out of 71 different games where it's, okay, we're going to try to figure this out. We're going to do the money ball thing, almost pitch by pitch. Your bullpen right now, this month is almost at a 5. It's a 4.98 the bullpen has. And we're still waiting to see what happens with Will Vest, who's one of your better relievers. You're totally relying on Skubal because your other starting pitching is just, it's starting to fall apart. Where Job, we'll see you in a few years. So when I look at this, it's nice, but to me, it's a little bit of fool's gold because I don't think that you can keep going along with hitting chaos and pitching chaos. And let's just hope that Skubal bails us out whenever we run into trouble because you can't really rely on this bullpen anymore.
So let me add to something Rico said, but I want to use ESPN's words. Not mean Mike, ESPN. They did a lineup ranking thing. And it's interesting because I think the ranking of the Tiger lineup is very respectful. But everything ESPN wrote is why it doesn't belong there. Hear me out. So at number 7 in MLB, why it's fearsome, the first words they write. It's not. That's the thing about the Tigers. A gander at their lineup cards, this is where Rico's 60 lineups in 71 games comes from, it doesn't strike fear. But that's the beauty of the Tigers. They're managing to score oodles of runs without a single hitter sporting a slugging percentage higher than 500. And they're not good at avoiding the strikeout. They're 24th in the MLB. They're not good at taking walks. They're 18th. They don't hit home runs in bunches or steal bases at all, 30th. They're simply solid, with enough hitters who are big league average or better to cobble together runs. See, there's an issue because I don't want to talk about cobbling when I'm trying to win a World Series. Right. Now, they say one weakness. Take a listen to some of this and just tell me, because I think they make an interesting playoff point here, okay? The strikeouts are problematic. A third of Detroit's regulars simply don't counterbalance with walks. So Kerry Carpenter's our Tiger. We love Kerry Bonds. 52 strikeouts, 7 walks. Javi Baez, 48-8. Dylan Dingler, 56-5. Riley Green leads Major League Baseball in strikeouts with 93 of them. Basically, they go on to say that in playoff baseball will end your season. That's ESPN, not me.
Yeah, we saw that. First, we had a home plate seat to watch get them in the Guardians. When all of a sudden the hitting stopped and they couldn't get a run to save their life when they needed it. Yeah, seen that. Been there before.
So the question is, best record, but are they the best team? And I have a trade target, and I want to tell you something. I had an executive meeting with one Patrick J. Caputo today. A real meeting of the minds. And I will tell you that almost in a papal fashion, Pat blessed this. He blessed an idea.
I saw the genesis of that meeting.
I just want to throw it out there. And I just want to offer. So again, they have the best record. Are they the best team? What do you make of ESPN's criticisms? And if you don't think they're the best team, what is your biggest concern? I'm going to save my trade target. I want to let people talk for a bit.
I don't think this is sustainable. I think it's great. It's fun. It reminded me a lot of how last season ended, where you just kind of threw caution to the wind. Mike, it didn't make sense, but they just kept winning. And you went with it, and you rolled with it. And it was like, okay, don't know how it's going to happen, but you know what? They're going to win a game. And then it rolled over into this year. Your manager came out and said, hey, guys, don't get used to this because we can't do this for an entire season, except they started the year off and they went to hitting chaos, as I like to call it. And it's working. But now I'm seeing the cracks in the lineup. Javi was elite for 2 months.
Well, you knew that was going to regress.
But I'm saying it was like different things were happening. Torque went from minor league to, man, he should be on the All-Star team.
Here's the good part, right? Even if you go 4-6 or 5-5 your last 10 games, I forget which it is, you still increase your lead in the division because this division sucks.
Right.
So they're fine. They're going to make the playoffs.
And
it would take something ungodly for that not to happen.
Right. Don't get me wrong. Just saying that, I don't think you're the best team doesn't mean you're not going to win the Central. It means that, unless you have a unholy collapse,
that won't happen.
Worst cases, you're still going to be a wild card team. You're in the playoffs. It's just, I don't see this as a team that's a serious threat for a World Series.
Well, it leads you to the conversation about the deadline. And I think it would back the point I've made, which is they need to be all gas, no brakes. I think they need to be hyper aggressive at the deadline. I think you know what your needs are. I mean, could any Tiger fan tell me they don't need a right-handed bat? Can they tell me they don't need a high-leverage reliever or two? And again, Will Vest, maybe around 4 o'clock. Hopefully we get an update on that.
We actually just got an update. Apparently, A.J. Hinch was on MLB Network
Tell
Radio.
me this is good, please.
I'm expecting to have him available in some capacity and not go on the injured list.
Excellent.
Things can always change if we get more information, but so far, so good.
Excellent. Okay, let's just cross our fingers. He's been your best reliever. Him and Tommy Kahnle. You can't lose either one of them because it's been a little touch and go outside of that. Now, it's interesting. It sounds like he's going to try to pitch through something. That's what that sounds like.
That's what it sounds like to me. Yes.
Yeah, to me, it sounds like he's going to probably do some side sessions, see how that feels. Well, how does the pinky feel? What's going on?
And it's the Pirates. You don't need him. Pirates are
fair.
Puke.
Fair. You know what? We're going to take a little time. We're going to investigate this and see how it goes. You got the next few days.
248-539-9797. And I have a new name to enter the chat for the trade target. But you guys are hyped up about your baseball team. Come on now. We can do better.
Well,
I don't care if it's International Pancake Day or whatever the hell it is. Let's get with it, people.
I'm just going to hold Scott Harris to his word. He said he was going to look at the weaknesses and try to make them strengths.
Best record, are they the best team? Why not? And ESPN about your lineup. And the red flags are everywhere for playoff failure. You can do what you want with it. It's ESPN's words, not mine. Summer is heating up, including 100 degrees on Monday. I don't know if you saw that forecast. Don't wait until then. Find out your AC is busted.
Feels like 100 right now.
Really?
It's muggy out. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, you were on the course. Not all of us played Pebble Beach today. Call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Upgrade your system now. Save up to $1,000 on a new AC. Save up to $1,000 on a new generator and up to $1,000 on a new furnace. Call for details. Schedule that free in-home estimate. Mastercraft Honest Work. Great same-day service when you call before noon. It's mastercraftheating.com. Okay, just getting started here on a Tuesday, and I understand it's a little bit of a complicated topic, but just hear me out. It doesn't matter whether you think the Tigers are the best team in baseball or they're not. We're all operating from the standpoint they're good. But it's fascinating because when I strip away, okay, best record versus best team, come on, do the math. The AL's nowhere near as good as the NL. And you start to look at what ESPN wrote with their lineup rankings, which you can go peruse, and think about it. Why do all the trade topics do so well on this radio station? Because people are convinced their team has a need or needs, plural. So if you think they're the best, why? If you say, look, we're good, but we're not the best, what's your biggest concern? And I have a trade target that I think would make you the favorite to win the World Series. I'm going to say that. I am going to say that.
I am intrigued.
I'm going to say that. I've said it. And I think this fan base is too bitch-made to make the trade. Because I'm going to make you bleed. I don't think you have the
They'll be
spinal
fine so
column.
long. They'll be fine so long as beef stew's not a part of it.
Exactly. Exactly. We get to keep Fontecchio? I'm in. David, first of all, best record, best team, but then also early returns on the ticket text, and we'll get to the callers. Go ahead.
They currently have the best record, but they are not the best team. Torque is not hitting nowhere near where he was hitting to start the season. Neither is Baez. And the pitching scares me. Flaherty having another not so good start over the weekend, it worries me. It does worry me.
You worry about the back?
Yeah, I do worry about the back for long term.
Yeah.
Not, right now he's getting through it, but long term I worry about that. And it's just, you're looking at Alex Cobb. We looked at him and how he's rehabbing and goes to Toledo, does a start, and then another injection. And it's like, So it makes you wonder.
When are we going to pull the plug on this Cobb experiment?
No, a lot of things. It's just when you get closer and closer to what you need for the playoffs and what you need to make it. Of course, we got time, but right now, not the best team. Just the best record currently.
Okay.
Cobb or dinner at Houston's? Which happens first?
Cobb. I'm believing in Cobb. Ticket text, and then I'll go to the callers. Dave.
I
Thank
struggle to see how they win a postseason series. This lineup is mediocre. That's not a single bat anyone is scared of. Someone says, no, not the best team. The Tigers aren't the best team in the majors. Anyone who disagrees doesn't watch baseball. Biggest troubles are offense and the bullpen. They need to address these issues before the trade deadline. Hopefully they will, unlike the Lions have. That is Mike in Clinton Township. All the Tigers have done is start well this season. There's a lot of front office work to be done for this Tigers team to be relevant this postseason.
Okay. Listen, I don't think those are bad fans. I know they'll get attacked. But it's okay to say I think we're good. I just don't think we're the best team. I don't think the quality matches the record. And look, they're down a few pitchers, right? Injuries have set in. And that's aside from the Job thing. I don't think Job was going to be here in September to help you anyways. Innings limit. Bullpen, we've talked about it. Canely and Vest are the two. I've been talking about needing some bullpen help, so AJ's got better levers to pull for a month. Vest, we got to hope this works out. That was a very interesting update. And the right-handed bat, look, they tried. They did the best they could to try to get Bregman. They didn't get him. They need a right-handed bat. They absolutely do. Preferably one who could play short or third. But I think they're good. But I think the ESPN article is absolutely spot bang on as far as how the postseason could play out where, look, you don't draw walks, you don't hit a bunch, you don't steal, and the strikeouts it's punitive for 4 of the 9 guys. Mm-hmm. I think there's work to be done, but I think they're a really good baseball team. So I have what can make you the favorite.
This team it's a team full of young players. It's really outside of Scooble void of stars. And when you get to the playoffs, that's when you want to lean on your stars.
I'm going to bring you a star.
To go in there and get the thing done, because right now, like it or not, you're relying a lot on luck.
No, I'm going to bring you a guy that can throw 7 scoreless against the Dodgers.
I know where you're going.
I'm going to bring you a player.
You know what?
That combined with Mr. Tarek Skubal would make you the World Series favorites. That's all I'm here to do.
And can I say this? Because
Well, you're going to anyway.
Does he play for the Pinstripes?
No, but he might if you don't trade for him.
your suggestion, while we have not given the name, your suggestion is what matters. Because let me give you this, and I'm going to say this right now on June 17th. The division is locked up. The division is locked up. Here's what the record was for the rest of the teams, the last 2 series that they've had. The Twins, Guardians, Royals, and White Sox combined their last 2 series, 3-21.
It's a bad division. I don't care about the records. These teams are bad. Cleveland, if they had a brain, would sell.
Thank you.
The Royals can't score in a whorehouse.
No, they can't.
The Twins, hey, tell me if you've heard this before. Royce Lewis is dead. And the White Sox are the White Sox. Like, no, they're winning this division.
Right, so I don't want to hear people and see people text, whoa, the division. It's not about the division. It's about winning the World Series, winning the AL, really, to get there.
Let's get to the people, shall we? And I'm saving it. I'm going to save the day today. Well, Rico's shirt saved the day, number 1. Number 2 will be my suggestion. It's just a shirt. It's fantastic. It's lilac with a pattern. It's beautiful.
It's the Valenti collection.
Thank you. Yes, available with your Kohl's cash. Let's go to Stan in Shelby. Stanley, what's going on, buddy?
It's a beautiful day. Thanks for taking my call. Great subject. I think the Tigers are the best team, and they are the best team, and they will be the best team.
Okay.
For the following reasons. Number one, the starting pitching, when you look at where, compared to like the Yankees and the Dodgers, we have better starting pitching because when we get to them, it'll be in a 3-game series. We got Skubal, Flaherty, and either Olsen, or maybe we trade for somebody, right? Now, one of the things about what A.J. Hinch has done, he's been here 5 years. Only in 22 did the team not exceed the winning percentage in the second half of the year compared to the first. And he has the ability to, coach people up during the regular season, and that's part of what he's doing here. And the big thing on the offense, I agree with the strikeouts that they need more walks, but they're a young team. They lead the league in going from first to third better than anybody. They don't have to steal. And if I could make a crazy trade thing, I heard this from Evan Petzold today on a podcast. We trade Colt Keith for Seth Halverson out of Colorado. That'll give us the best fastball, swing and miss guy in the bullpen to go along with the rest of them, and we'll be home free. And I think we're going to win the series.
Okay, couple of notes. The Colt Keith thing is interesting, Stan, because you're hearing it from more people. Last year he was kind of a golden goose. I'm not look, Stan, you've listened to the show for a long time. You call in often.
Yeah, I like it too.
I appreciate
you guys are great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I don't do sacred cows. So I'm not offended when people bring up a Colt Keith.
Because if it gets you to that next level.
Right, and what Stan is saying is.
You got to give up something to get something.
Stan, I want to applaud you because you are unlike a lot of people who knows that sometimes to get where you have to go, it's going to hurt a little bit.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't mean you think Colt Keith is lousy. But if I could land a high-leverage reliever that is going to be an unbelievable 1-2-3 punch at the back end of my bullpen with Canely, Vest, and player X, no, I don't think it's insane. I don't. Look, the other thing is when you bring up the starting pitching, and I don't want to go too far on this. I'm not saying he's bad, but Jack Flaherty hasn't been great. It's okay to say that. It's okay to say Jack is fine enough, but you're rocking an ERA north of 4. Even your adjusted is closer to 4.5. The strikeouts are down per 9. Look, Olsen is out. What is it with this team and finger issues?
Well, I don't know. I mean, with Flaherty, it's the back, and that's the second worst thing other than an arm for a pitcher.
Yeah, the point is starting pitching, to me, if people start calling up and saying, no, we need to add to the rotation, I'm going to fix it all.
Right.
I'm like the Flex Seal guy. Hey, you got a hole in your boat? Boom, Flex Seal.
Is this 8 tiny reindeer out here landing on the roof of the building here at Odyssey?
Yep. And Santa's got a whole leg of prosciutto for everybody. I have got you covered.
There's Mikey up there. Hey!
Shut up, you.
Slow down!
But I'm not going to give you the name yet. 248-539-9797. Your phone calls are next. 97.1. We're going to go straight to the people in 20 minutes. I am going to make a case for a trade that will make you the World Series favorite, at least in our hearts and minds. But it's up to you guys whether you're willing to make the sacrifices necessary. But I don't think you'll be able to make a credible argument that this is not a brilliant idea. Brought to you by me. almost as brilliant as Rico's golf shirt. So look.
Someone is asking, are we trading for Wyatt Langford?
No. To hell with that scrub. I am going to be bringing you.
He can't help this team.
No, why would he? No, I'm bringing you something that I think would make you almost impossible to beat. First of all, impossible to beat in a 3-game series. Nearly impossible to beat in a 5-game series. And at best, the Dodgers, Mets, etc.
Puncher's chance.
Would be in a cold sweat to face you. I got you covered. We'll do that at 3. Right now, it's best record, but are they the best team?
I think I'm starting to figure this out, but you know what?
Well, I'll take. Hey,
No.
Another
20
layer.
minutes. 20 minutes. No. No. Let's take the call.
The Bloomin' Onion has lots of layers. Listen. No, we're not trading for Roger Clemens. Oh, my God. No.
Randy Johnson.
No. Okay, we're done. We're going to Mitch, 97.1. Mitch, what's going on?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, Mitch.
I think I'm pretty aligned with both of you. I think they have the best record. I don't think they're the best team. I think, they play well together. But I think they need a right-handed bat. I think they need a high-end relief pitcher. And maybe even a starting pitcher. I'm tired of looking at the pitching chaos. Like, you guys are better than that. You have the best record in baseball. I feel like they're just not acting like it.
Let me ask you a question. So when I read what ESPN had to say about the lineup, how much stock do you put into some of the red flags they put out there about the playoffs? Or do you think that that's kind of, hyperbole, panic writing?
No, I think that's accurate. I feel like in the playoffs, you're going to maybe do the same things you're doing in the regular season, but maybe it's on a heightened level. So I think the strikeouts could be a problem. Not getting walks, I think, could be a problem. And I think you've said this before, like, you need stars in the playoffs. I don't want to see McKinstry or Ibanez with, 2 outs and you need a run. Like, I know they did it last year and whatnot, but, like, this is different. Like, you guys have leveled up. Like, play like a contender, not, I just see it as, like, low rent, trying to do all this mixing and matching when you're better than that.
Well, here's one thing. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, Mitch, I'm with you because sometimes it just does feel like you're not a real serious major league team because you're just kind of doing this and that instead of just saying, okay, here's our lineup, here's what we do, here's how we're going to beat you.
But let me defend them in this one way, fellas. Look, this isn't the finished product for the Tigers. I think their strategy has been the same from day one. Wait for the kids. I think they're doing what they have to do. And look, ultimately, A.J. Hinch wants to have flexibility. I agree with the two of you that when you stack it next to the presumed favorites, it feels lesser than. Yes, historically speaking, this style of baseball has not won a World Series. It hasn't.
No.
No one is saying you can't platoon a position or two. But when it's 60 lineups in 71 games, or it is absolute mix and match all the time, and that's your currency, no, it hasn't worked. I do believe that when your season's on the line in the seminal moment, like we made the joke yesterday, look, it's not Benedict Mathurin taking the last shot. It's going to be Halliburton. You need your stars to be your stars in the big moments. Mm-hmm. So that's an issue. And again, being solid top to bottom is not a crime. I think they've done a very nice job. But I am with you guys is that when the rubber meets the road, you know what happens in the playoffs. Mm-hmm. And I've seen, but your team had such a big payroll. Yeah, well, we haven't won a World Series since 2009. You know why? Because in the playoffs, things get really difficult. And even the Yankees have succumbed.
Collars get a little tight.
Yeah, a lot. And I think you're, like, again, Matt Vierling is a really nice piece of this team. He has obviously been hurt this year. But what did Vierling look like in the playoffs last year? There's a difference between being a really good regular season ball player and then I need you to win me a World Series.
Mm-hmm. A lot more pressure.
Correct. A lot of pressure. Possibly the most pressure. Let's go to Kenny's not here. I have to make up for it.
I know.
Let's go to Dale, 97.1. Dale, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, what's going on, guys? Appreciate you having me on.
Yes, sir.
Well, I hate to be the negative Nancy, but I'm going to power through it. I believe the Tigers are a good AL Central team, but they're kind of a bad team hiding in plain sight. You see a ton of strikeouts from, obviously from Carpenter and Riley Green and Torque. But then you've alluded before, to the bad defensive players that we have, whether it's Glaber, whether it's Torque, whether it's Colt. These are massive holes. They probably will win the AL Central, but, if you ever make it to the ALCS, these things may come to light, and we may see that this team has holes and needs to improve and has some holes that I don't think are going to get fixed, through the passage of time. You may need upgrades at certain positions to combat those problems.
Yes, and look, you know how we feel. I don't speak for any other show. I think Scott Harris has earned the right. Let me be clear about this. You have to earn the right to be aggressive at the deadline. He's earned the right. They have the farm system. They have a roster that is good enough that I want them a month from now to be making aggressive moves to try to deliver a parade. I mean, you have to get to the World Series to win the damn thing. Let's get there. Mm-hmm. I think you owe the clubhouse. I think you owe your manager. A.J. Hinch was here during the lean years. You owe him. So I feel like, Dale, I'm taking crazy pills when a lot of fans don't want to make moves.
Well, no, and Dale, I'm sitting there looking at, once again, when Scott Harris talked to the morning show, we're going to look at our weaknesses and we're going to try and turn them into strengths. They're glaring weaknesses. It's not saying this team can't win, but Scott has to see what we all see.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you have the farm system assets that we have, at least this is just my opinion, you don't hear good teams saying, wait for the kids. Those good teams use their assets and acquire big league talent, ready talent right now.
Yes. And again, talent with term. Talent that's on a good deal. Like I said this yesterday, Dale. We get some crazy ticket texts. I defended the Tigers. They shouldn't have been involved in the Devers sweepstakes. And there wasn't one, by the way. They didn't shop the player. But you don't want 10 years, $300 million, a malcontent, a guy who clearly Boston had said, you're Kyrie Irving and we've had enough. You're not adding that to this clubhouse. And he's a terrible third baseman. So, look, I'll defend them when necessary. But yeah, this idea that here's what some fans like to do. Some, not all, some. They like to look at their minor league system and flip through it like a Penthouse magazine in their youth. This is oh my God, our farm system.
Future Hall of Famer. Oh yeah.
Oh, our farm system. Guess what?
First ballot Hall of Famer.
Right. They're all Hall of Famer. Weaponize them. Mm-hmm. Let's go get ball players. Doesn't mean you clean out the farm system. It just means it's okay to tactically give to get.
Right, because the dirty little secret is most of your farm people won't pan out.
Wait a minute. Can you say that again for the people in How dare you?
Most of your farm people will not pan out.
You are a problem. 248-539-9797. You're not negative. You're just true.
Right. Just like, this guy's going to be great until he's not.
He's not wrong, guys. Okay. David, sit tight. Customer service. I'm going to deliver you what's going to make you the World Series favorite. And I dare this entire city, I dare you to argue with me. I dare you. I doubled. You know what? Christmas Story. I triple dog dare. That's right.
Okay.
Yep. Call the fire department to get your tongue off the steel pole or whatever it was.
Flagpole.
Whatever. Flip or Flick or whatever his name was. You're all going to be Flick. Don't challenge me on this. I've got you covered. I just don't think you guys are man enough to do the deal. We'll see if Mr. Lilac is over here. That dress shirt is something. You got a date tonight or something? What's going on with you?
So sure.
He's all dressed up, David. I mean, yesterday was a Thanos t-shirt. Today he's in his golf course tuxedo. He's got a lot happening. All right.
Put on a shirt, man.
Sunshine has got everybody thinking about road trip. Moran Buick GMC.
I look homeless around here.
Whoa. 25 Sierra Crew Cab. $279 a month. Oh, man. Good God. 25 Buick Envision, $294 a month, 0 down. And inventory rolling in daily. MoranExpress.com. Also, the certified service. You get the free loaner. Go about your day. Do what you got to do. Quick, easy. Done. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, we'll get back to business in a moment. We have all the football you need, 8 minutes, brought to you by a luxury polo shirt. It's time for football today.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
You know what? I saw this article and I said, who better to talk to the guys about this? So,
okay.
And then I'm going to add a few elements to this article, but it is minicamp overreactions in the NFL.
All of them. I'll talk to everybody later.
All right. See you.
Go
Tie your
ahead.
baseball.
Go ahead.
All right. First one. Anthony Richardson will not be the Colts starter come week 1.
I don't know that that's an overreaction. Let's be clear. Anthony Richardson hasn't been bad. He's been effing terrible. And once every 4 games, he uncorks the most beautiful deep ball you've ever seen. It's everything in between that's trash. Insert comment of Rico saying, and he tapped out of a game. I don't think it's an overreaction, and I don't think they pay Daniel Jones more than Aaron Rodgers if he wasn't a legitimate threat to start for the Colts. I'm going to say not an overreaction.
Yeah, it's not an overreaction because he's also dealing with the same shoulder injury he's always been dealing with. So that part of it, that leans to he ain't going to start.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, gentlemen. The Bengals, I think I know where we are with this next one.
Yes.
The Bengals are wrong in how they're dealing with Shamar Stewart.
Totally.
And the negotiations.
Totally. It's bad faith negotiations. You're trying to change the language of a contract that is groundbreaking, that you didn't do to your last 2 first-round picks, that no one else in the league does to their first-round picks. I'm sorry. And when your veteran leadership council is telling Shamar Stewart you're doing the right thing, that's on the heels of the Trey Hendrickson debacle. Not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction at all. In fact, if I'm a player in next year's draft, I don't want to go to the Bengals. I would refuse to go to the Bengals. I would fight it, whatever I got to do in court.
You get drafted by the Bengals.
Fight it in court.
I don't know. Whatever
No, you know what you do,
do,
David? You get drafted by the Bengals, you do some type of protest move as you walk across the stage.
Something.
Because, yeah. Real quick side note, what do you think is the Bengals' end game? Because it's like they're trying to tick off all of their players. I've been trying to wrap my head around this. Like, what are you trying to do? It's like a bad, like a major league movie, only football style.
Well, this is who they've been their entire existence. The Brown family's notoriously cheap. Now you have a new leadership structure in the organization. And you saw one of their higher-ups go public and essentially shred Trey Hendrickson. Rico, I just don't think they have highly capable people. And they're cheap. I mean, look at how they screwed with T. Higgins all those years.
Right.
And Joe Burrow basically had to go to bat saying, I'll burn the stadium down if you don't pay my guy.
It's literally just spin the wheel. Who's going to be next? Next, Kirk Cousins will be a backup QB in 2025.
That's an overreaction. I still believe when training camp opens, whether someone's leg explodes or some team walks in and goes, wait, this is our quarterback room, something will get done. And I just can't believe that Atlanta will have a $180 million backup QB. I'm going to say overreaction.
Yeah, he's going to be a backup. I just don't see it right now. Again, this is right now.
Do you regret that you didn't just take him versus
I
Aaron
him.
and his fake wedding ring
I
Rodgers?
would rather had him over Aaron Rodgers. Yes.
Also, no proof Aaron got married, yet he's wearing a wedding ring. We're just making things up.
Married to the earth.
Well, no, he just said it is a wedding ring. He never said he was married.
True.
Right, and Paul Serra's wearing angel wings. It doesn't mean he's an angel.
Paul's always an angel.
Well, I didn't mean it
He's
in that
angelic.
sense.
He's angelic. He likes angel food cake.
Okay, all right, just come on. Poor Paul.
Next up, the Commanders will not have Terry McLaurin on their roster at the start of the season.
Overreaction. Why would you say such a thing? He's just having a little contract pout fest. No, Scary Terry will be there. They had too much on the line. They're in their window with a rookie scale QB. They spent a ton of money. Overreaction.
See, you just said it. I don't understand what they're fighting for. I know they want their rate versus what he wants.
What is it you don't get? These companies aren't your friend. These teams are not your friends.
They're not paying a quarterback. Just pay the receiver and move on.
That means they take money out of their pocket and put it in yours. That's not how the game works.
Oh, they got to pay for a stadium. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. I'm sure the people of D.C. will be handling that.
Next up, Travis Hunter should be a full-time player on offense.
First one I've had a hard time answering.
No.
I'll say overreaction. I know what they're doing, and I know they're really trying to make him a two-way player. I still believe as a corner is his greatest value. Long, rangy, hyper-athletic, tracks the ball really well. I'm going to say overreaction, but it's tepid.
Yeah.
Because they're Jacksonville, and they do stupid things.
Yeah, put him at corner, have him return punts, kicks. I don't need him out there at receiver right now.
I think 10 to 12 plays a game. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay. I'll meet you halfway. All right.
Come on, that's all. Jeez, David.
I'm the first year, I just don't want him at all. if you do it, second year, you kind of ease it in. I don't want to do it this year.
Oh, really, Dave?
As soon as I saw Rico's face, I knew what I said.
Yeah, I'm with you. Defense, because corner's more reactionary. You could go out there and just pure instincts to start off the year. Receiver requires a little more work. You got to learn the route trees. You got to learn a lot of different things of what to do. I think if you're going to try to play him immediately, it is on defense. David, I didn't forget about you. Steelers, the Pittsburgh Steelers are a 10-win team with Aaron Rodgers.
No. They'll fight for it. They'll end up at 9. But
they'll
they're not
do
a 10
everything
win.
in their power to be just outside of the range.
Correct.
They could even trade up for a QB.
Correct.
That's Steeler football.
They'll be pick number 18. Can't get a quarterback.
Overreaction.
Yeah. All right. I don't know how much you guys have really been keeping up with this, but this is not an overreaction. This is just a crazy story. But Tyreek Hill ran a 10.15 100-yard, 100-meter dash.
Yeah, 100-meter dash, yeah.
And he's challenged Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles didn't think he was that fast and was like, yeah, sure, I'm going to run this race. Noah Lyles has now canceled the race against Tyreek Hill. Is this something that you would like to see?
No.
I'd have to Google who Noah Lyles is.
No.
Olympic track star.
Yeah, like I said.
He's the gold medalist.
I'll leave it to David. He likes the Olympics.
Dash. I don't need to see this.
Yeah, he canceled the race.
Noah Lyles can only lose in this. Like you don't win in this
scenario. He loses to Tyreek Hill, his career is over, and all his marketing deals go bye-bye.
Correct.
It's risk it, biscuit.
Right.
What does he have to gain by beating Tyreek Hill? He should. This is essentially Michigan playing Akron in football. You have nothing to gain and everything to lose.
Okay. And last, overreaction or not, at the end of the camp and the beginning of the season, Shedeur Sanders will be your week 1 quarterback for
overreaction.
The Cleveland Browns.
Overreaction. I don't even know if he'll be on the team. I just know that Dylan Gabriel stinks, and I don't know how they took Gabriel over Shedeur. But I digress. I'm going to say overreaction.
Yeah, no, he will not. Nowhere. Nope.
Nowhere?
Nope.
Okay. You sure?
I'm positive.
He's going to be a Pittsburgh
Week
Steeler.
1? No.
Week 1, they're just going to come out there.
Maybe David's life could be more hellish, and it's Aaron Rodgers backed up by Shedeur.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good on that. Cameras everywhere, attention
what?
everywhere.
At that point, David,
everything but football.
I guarantee you will be a 10-plus win team this year.
David, you're going to win enough for the both of us because the Giants won. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
That is your NFL Overreaction Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. Good news for the Tigers and their depleted bullpen this afternoon. Manager A.J. Hinch telling MLB Network Radio that Will Vest will likely avoid a trip to the injured list with his pinky injury. Vest suffered that in the series finale with the Reds this weekend. Meantime, Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers tonight. They open up a 3-game series with the Pirates at Comerica Park. A lot of former Tigers in the Pittsburgh dugout these days. Former utility man Don Kelly, now interim manager, and also bench coach Gene Lamont, who was on Jim Leland's staff for years. The Pirates are the third worst team in baseball, but improved since Kelly took over. He's gone 16-19 and likes the brand of baseball they're playing. Bailey Falter starts tonight for Pittsburgh. Pretty good, 5 wins, ERA just over 3. Paul Skenes getting the ball in the series finale this week. First pitch, 6:40 tonight. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. And the Cup is in the building tonight. Panthers look to close out the Oilers and win back-to-back titles. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup final in South Florida. Paul's Panthers, of course. Edmonton looks to force a Game 7 at their place. Puck drop at 8 at the Corwell Health Sports Desk. I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, if you're just joining, you're in for a treat. If you've been listening, I've said I was going to wait until now. We started the show with a question. Tigers have the best record in baseball. Half game, little tiebreaker, but they have the best record in baseball. But are they really the best team? And ESPN had some things to say, and Odyssey.com rewind if you want it. But what I wanted to do was this. There has been an obsession in this town with the trade deadline, which kind of flies in the face of you're the best team ever, then why are people so hopped up about the deadline? And mind you, it's not one thing. Bullpen, right-handed bat, pitching. I want to make a case for something that is a hat trick type of deal. It's a deal that makes you, in my mind, the top team in baseball. A team that would be a nightmare for anyone, including the Dodgers or Mets, to face. It is a player you'd be acquiring that enhances and I would argue maximizes your Tarek Skubal window. The player I'm speaking of is signed through next year. Maximizing your Skubal window. And most importantly, would allow you to go into a 3-game series and be unbeatable. A 5-game series, nearly unbeatable. And a 7-game series, I don't know that anyone would be favored over you. But here's the kicker. And this is what you do when you're a really good team who's actually serious about your business. By you acquiring this player, you would hurt the New York Yankees, who are really the only, quote, real team anyone fears or cares about in the AL. You would take from them and be better here. Because they're going to go after this guy. And you go, oh my God, Mike, what's the downside? Let's do this deal. Well, the downside is this fan base is kind of bitch made. And you people still, they say.
Very nuanced.
It doesn't require nuance. This fan base still, like I said, like Wojo used to do the reads, nudies. This fan base likes to flip through the nudies that is their farm system, and they don't ever want to trade anybody. And this deal is going to cost you. You're going to bleed. You're going to need some frozen peas, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. It's going to hurt. Mm-hmm. Do you know the player I'm talking about?
I think I do.
Do you want some stats?
I think I do. And Mike, I think for some of the older Tiger fans, it will trigger some PTSD.
Okay. I want to give you.
David knows where I'm at.
Come on. He's a 2.79 ERA. He's on a god-awful baseball team. But he has pitched so far 80 beautiful innings in 14 starts. He strikes out everyone all the time. He's already got 107 strikeouts, 20 walks. This is a player who has won a Cy Young. This is a player who has been to 8 All-Star teams. It's a player on a very affordable 2-year deal that would maximize now and next year to go and win a World Series. And the best part?
Give you a hell of a 1-2 punch.
The best part, he's a lefty. And it would set you up in a playoff series where Skubal in game 1 and this guy in game 3. In the words of Liam Neeson and Marco from Tripoli, good luck. The player I speak of is Chris Sale.
All right, Mr. Funny Man. So how much does it cost?
You know what it cost me? Everything.
Okay,
No, here's
Thanos.
the deal. The Braves, they don't have to trade this player, but they've flatlined. This season is done. It's over. And you can get a mint for the best pitcher, arguably, in all of baseball, along with Tarek Skubal. He is a lefty. Again, he's a signed asset, and there's going to be a bidding war. I mean, the Yankees are going to go after him. The Cubs are going to go after him. I would argue the Detroit Tigers, I said all gas, no brakes, right? Think about your rotation all of a sudden if I can go Skubal, Flaherty, Sale. You kidding me? There's your 3-game rotation. Now expand it to game 5. I'm going to go ahead and run Skubal back out there again. Who's beating you? Now we get to the ALCS, and I can have Skubal pitch possibly 3 times. I can have Sale pitch twice. 5 out of 7 games, I got the number 1 or number 2 pitcher in the sport on the mound.
Yeah, because at that point, Sale goes to the game 2 starter.
You want your cost of acquisition?
Yeah.
You want to play the Braves or you want me to? Because here's how I'm going to structure this deal. Rico, you're in the luxury polo today. You get your choice. We're going to choose one. This is a menu.
Okay.
So it's a meat and 3 sides.
Gotcha.
Here we go. Choose one of Max Clark and Kevin McGonigal. Pick.
I'll take McGonigal.
Okay, he wants the infielder. I need you to choose one of Bryce Ranier, who is out for the year, but highly thought of shortstop. Briseno, who's this monster first base. I think he ends up being a DH hitter. Or Lorenzo, the kid you got in the Flaherty deal last year as a catcher so far. Choose one.
Who are they again?
Ranier, Briseno, Lorenzo.
Go
The
Ranier.
3rd, 4th, or 5th rated prospect in this organization. Choose one.
I'll take my chance with Ranier.
Okay. And then I'm giving you don't get a choice. Their much ballyhooed international signing who, according to Major League Baseball, won't be here until 2030, Mr. Chris Rodriguez.
Okay.
That's the package for Chris Sale. You playing ball? Now let's have all the parakeets here. I put the bird seat out. I'm the bird lady in Home Alone 2. Here you go. Land on my head. Whee! Kevin, run! Go ahead. Everybody cry about what it costs. But I want you to argue. I dare you. Argue it wouldn't make you the favorite. Argue it wouldn't give you the absolute best shot to get to the World Series. And then in a 7-game set where anything can happen.
Yeah.
In a minimum of 4 to 7 games, I got Skubal and Sale.
Yeah, your 1-2 is basically if you're the other team, don't fall down 0-2.
You're dead.
Because that's it. Game over.
But you're getting one. This is what I'm asking for if I'm the Braves. One of Clark and McGonigal, one of the non-elite untouchable prospects, which would be a Briseno, a Ranier who's hurt, or Numbnuts, the Lorenzo. And then Chris Rodriguez, I just threw in as that really good international signing, long way away guy, risk it biscuit. Could end up the number 1 prospect in baseball, could end up out of baseball. You doing the deal? As the Braves, are you doing that?
Yeah, I mean.
Okay,
yeah.
Now flip the hat around. As the Tigers, are you paying that price, and do you believe what I believe?
If I'm the Tigers, I would do this deal. Yes, I would. I don't think that they would. I would only because I do believe that, contrary to what people believe, there is a countdown clock on how long your window is open, period.
Well, it's tied to Skubal.
And that's what I'm saying. It's 2 years. So I'm going to do everything I can to win the World Series this year and next year. I give myself the best opportunity.
Can I get you Jalen his hat?
You probably could find it out there in the street somewhere.
Okay. People, it's simple. Rico's not being negative either. You have the best pitcher in baseball. You think even if you sign Skubal, you think he's going to be this good forever? He's not. Yeah. You have 2 years. This year, next year. Well, why not sync that up with last year's Cy Young Award winner, who is going to end up in pinstripes? Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? Do you want to face Chris Sale or do you want to have Chris Sale?
You want to have.
You want to face Max Fried and Sale?
No.
You want that?
No, because that's the one, too, that you're going to put the fear of God in the Yankees by coming out there with Skubal and Sale.
So I want to know if you do the deal. And I dare you to argue it. I dare you to tell me that 65 starts of Chris Sale over 2 seasons. Little less than X. He's already started 14 this year. I apologize. 50 starts in 2 years. To maximize your Skubal window. And give you an option if you wanted to deal Skubal at the winter meetings.
Right.
That if somehow Satan, a.k.a. Scott Boras, tells you openly we're not coming back, tells you he wants 43 a year, it gives you a hedge.
Mm-hmm. And here's the other thing. You get to keep Max Clark because unless the Braves just totally sell everything, they're loaded in the outfield. So they really don't have a need for.
How about the part where you keep him from the Yankees?
Yeah.
How about that part?
No, see, that's right there. But I think for a lot of Tiger fans, they're looking at the long term. The selling point makes sense what you're saying, keep him from the Yankees. But long term, we get to keep Max Clark here too. Great.
Hey,
let's make the deal. It's a win-win either way.
Honest to God with this Max Clark stuff. Okay, bottom line. You know what? Out of spite, I hope they trade him.
I'm just saying, if at that point, they don't need outfielders.
Okay, but people, here's a question. Where is everybody? Where are all the chuckleheads? Go ahead. Tell me I'm on crack. Tell me I'm a bleep hole. Tell me I'm mean. Do whatever you like. Or hear me out, you can't. Because what I have presented you is absolutely your best shot to win a World Series. It's absolutely the right thing to do, and it maximizes having the greatest pitcher in the game in Tarek Skubal.
Yeah, but I think it's a tough pill to swallow because you're also saying that you agree that there's probably a 2-year window, and you don't want to think that.
No, it's not about this hard and fast rule. What I'm saying is, Rico, there's good, better, and best.
Yes, I'm with you.
Like, I don't know, it's a car wash. There's good, better, best.
You want the undercoat.
I want
the
best.
underwax.
I want the next 2 years to be best shot. It doesn't mean after 2 years they can't get it done.
No, you're right, because right now you have a good shot. And the good shot
you
normally
wear a shirt
means
like that to the car wash, you're getting the best.
A good shot means congratulations, you made the playoffs, and you won't win it all. The best shot means, because point blank, if you can't beat the 2 New York teams or the LA Dodgers, then you're not going to win the World Series. Because it's going to come down to you may have to play 2 of those 3 teams. Can you do it? Do you have the pitching staff to do that? Because right now, you don't have the starting pitching to do that.
It's just, hey, guys.
You want to help your relievers? Come out with better starters.
Bottom line, signed asset. Playoff proven. Cy Young winner. It puts a second elite lefty in your rotation. The idea of an opposing team staring down, as Rico so eloquently said, an 0-2 deficit in a playoff series and you got to see Sale? Or, oh God, we've got to face Skubal and Sale, maybe back-to-back, depending on how the series was structured, back-to-back in a game 6 and or 7?
Mm-hmm.
Argue it. Look, Tarek Skubal's here now. I'm not worried about 3 years from now. He's here now and he's here next year. But hear me when I say this. It's not scare tactic. It would give you leverage that if the negotiations don't go well, you know what you get to do in the offseason? And you restock the cupboard for what the hell you just traded. Because you'll have a Cy Young lefty at the top of your rotation for the year.
That works.
Or do what Wojo does. Keep flipping through your nudies about your farm system.
What are you getting frustrated for?
Because I know this fan base.
Give them an opportunity to
talk about trading their farm toys. They turn into gremlins.
No, but they should be happy because their best farm toy will still be here.
No. Out of spite.
So you're going to move him along.
Max Clark and his Cuban links, gone.
Don't think
all that swag in the outfield. Say goodbye.
Don't think he's going to sit down Michael Harris. So
to hell with Michael Harris II. 248-539-9797. We get your phone calls next. If you've been injured in an auto accident, now you're drowning in medical bills, you're dealing with insurance company. It's a total nightmare. Okay, let's just shorten the read. It's a nightmare. Call David Feminino. David, injury attorney. He will get to work for you. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com. It's not just a website, and it sure as hell isn't just a phrase. It's a promise. Call him today at 855-65-CRASH. Go to that website, getdavidgetpaid.com. Getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, we'll get to the callers in a second. David, the ticket text. And again, I mean, I'm trying to maximize the next 2 years. I'm trying to win a World Series. I'm making a move that hurts the Yankees, helps you, and frankly, I think it makes you damn near unbeatable in a 3 and 5 game series. 7, no one's going to feel good about facing you. Because for all the talk about a right-handed bat and a bullpen arm, let's be real about the pitching. Every 5th day, you're the best team in baseball. Now, in between, Olsen's hurt, Flaherty's been meh, Casey Mize pre-injury, post-injury are 2 different things. Job's dead. Alex Cobb is in the wind. You know what? How about we go get the best pitcher on the market? And he's signed through next year, and it gives Scott Harris in this really good front office a little bit of a hedge play. If the Skubal thing doesn't work, you could auction him to the highest bidder if you wanted, restock the shelves and go, or say, F it. We're going to pitch him till the wheels fall off. Let's go win this thing.
Or if you really want, or you could auction off Sale in the offseason if you want.
Okay, David.
You have options.
Let's hear the ticket text. Oh, hold on. Let me hear this.
1,000% give me Sale. That's the way to go. Immediately bumps the Tigers to elite. And yes, keep him away from the Yankees. I would leap at this deal in a second. F your smokes, Alexander PTSD. That was a rarity, not the norm. Aaron N. Taylor.
That was also 40 years ago.
And Aaron, I totally agree with you. There are still some Tiger fans who can't let that go. I'm with you. You got to make trades. Sometimes you're going to win the trade. Sometimes you're going to lose, but you cannot be afraid. And this is one of those trades where, yes, it's going to help you right now. You don't know what those 3 players you're trading away are going to be. They can end up being nothing, and you clearly won it, or they can end up being Hall of Famers. But you know what? You don't care. You care about the next 2 years.
Yeah, the other angle on it, too, you just said it. I mean, okay, let's say Max Clark or McGonigal end up being stars. They're going to do it from day one? Like, how do you know what they're going to do?
Right.
How do you know they're not going to be Jackson Holiday? Jackson Holiday was putrid last year and is wholly average this year. There's your number 1 prospect in baseball. How about Jordan Walker? He's going to be out of baseball.
Jackson Holiday.
I'm making a point.
You're right.
Come on.
And that's why I go back to saying, I know we like to think that everybody in the farm system is going to be these great players. Chances are they're not. Chances are, I mean, if you have 8 great prospects, 2 turn out to be everyday major league players, and 1 may end up being that guy.
David.
No way would I give up Clark for Sale. Wouldn't even do that straight up. My God, hatred for Clark is insane. A 36-year-old for a future superstar?
Yeah.
No way.
First of all.
Whoever that is, they're being funny, right?
Yeah, no. First of all, the Braves wouldn't do it straight up. So you can take your hands off your balls and join us in reality. Okay? Walk out of the bathroom and come and sit on the couch now. Second of all, how do you even know what the hell Clark's going to be? Third of all, where did the word hatred come from? That came from your imagination. No one hates him. Fourth, yes, he's 36, coming off a Cy Young and pitching like it again this year and is signed next year. Now, besides all of those things, that's a great ticket text.
Oh, wait. Oh, let me add to that. And he's also a productive pitcher right now. He's just on a bad team. So it's not like he's struggling. So, okay. But what did I tell you? Some people, and it's a win-win, because in my scenario, you can keep Clark because they don't have a need for Clark. I know he thinks that Clark's his future all. He's not going to crack that lineup.
Detroit is a great sports city with the worst fans in America. The majority of the fans are so okay with mediocrity. F the prospects. Sign good players, win titles. If you ain't first, you last. Wake up, people. Chad in Naples.
Yeah, and again, I'm not telling you it's the only way out, but I wanted to present something that was bold but sensible, and it's a signed asset, and I think it really gives you an unbelievable shot to win a World Series this year and next. But hey, if you want to wait until Clark hits his prime in 2030, be my guest. I mean, that's reality.
Yeah.
McGonigal and Clark might be here in 2027, but when are they going to be 600 plate appearance, all-star caliber guys? It could be years.
Look how long it took for Riley Green.
Oh, boy.
No, seriously. I mean, Torque, we all thought was a no-brainer, and it took a while before now he looks like he's a major league player.
David, one more. Oh, Paul Serra's joining the show.
Well, yeah, I was talking to David about this. I'd love to see what Chris Federer could do with Sandy Alcantara. Could he fix him?
I mean, if anybody
because for a couple of years there, he was great.
If anybody can, it's him. The problem is with Alcantara, you're trading for a guy with an 8 ERA who's been so bad since coming back.
He's been very bad, but if you fix him, you got 2 more years at $17.5 million a year, which is very cheap for a number 1 pitcher.
Okay, cost of acquisition. That's what it would come down to. If I can get him for 20 cents on the dollar of Chris Sale, you have my attention, Paul.
Well, I can't imagine he commands that much because of how bad he's been this year and then struggling last year.
I'm just saying, if the cost is a 75% discount on Sale, I'll listen. And you're 100% right with the Federer angle. Yes, Paul, I agree.
Yeah, but no offense. And you are right about the Federer stuff.
No offense, but he's about to slander you.
No offense.
About to be offensive.
I am just tired of trying to get it. Oh, he can fix him. He can fix him. Chris Sale, you don't have to fix. Just get a guy. That's good already.
All right, take it easy. You don't need to yell at Paul. It was a good suggestion.
I'm yelling at everyone that thinks like Paul.
All right, take it easy. Let's go to Ethan, 97.1. Ethan, what's going on, buddy?
Oh, fellas, you guys have got me fired up over here, and I think it's the Mike and Rico show versus the city of Detroit, but I think the city of Detroit is on board with what you're saying because I sent your trade proposal to my buddy. I've got 5 different buddies, and I said, sign or decline this deal. And every single one of them texted back immediately, sign.
Okay.
I think we'd do that. I think we would do that in a heartbeat. You're adding a guy, Chris Sale, is there anyone in the game of baseball who over the past 10 years has been more consistent than Chris Sale? I mean, it feels like he's the same guy every single start. He gives you exactly what you're looking for. He's a number 1. So you're going to have 2 aces. And just like you said, Mike, you've got Skubal and him going in back-to-back starts, or you separate them by 1 start with Flaherty in the middle. Who in the world is going to want to play you in the postseason? Nobody, especially with the reduced structure where you've got 5-game series early on in the playoffs. Nobody's going to want to stare down that barrel. So I think it's a slam dunk, no-brainer trade. And here's the one thing I want to get your thoughts on. I think there's a possibility that it might cost a little bit less than what you presented.
Fair.
And I think that's a reality. I think you could remove like the Rainer out of that trade and add in a guy who's a little less thought of than that, Rainier out of that trade, and add in somebody who was a little less thought of. I think that might still get the deal done, and in which case Scott Harris needs to be on the phone, to be honest with you, to get that done, because you're right. If he doesn't go to us, he's going to another contender.
Yeah, and Ethan, look, I'm intentional about how I do some of this stuff because I'm not big on the whole like fantasy radio thing. But, Ethan, if I'm going to put a trade proposal together, I want it to be something that it can't be an easy yes and it can't be an easy no. It has to be, look, this is going to cost you, so think about it. But I'm with you, Ethan. Maybe it does take less. And Scott Harris is excellent.
I don't think if you presented that trade, that they could say no to that. I think Chris Sale's on a plane tomorrow if you present that deal to them.
I'd love to see it.
And an aging pitcher, he is getting up there, but he still pitches like he's in his prime. He's still an elite number 1 pitcher. And if you're the Tigers, you absolutely listen. You stock the cupboards to eventually be able to unstock the cupboards. That's the whole point. You're not going to keep everything in the cupboard.
Ethan, I don't know that that's the case, though. Let's be clear about this now. Look, Scott Harris with the Morning Show. And it was a very good interview. Well, they have this what? Oh, I'll tell you. Oh, and Ethan, we're up against it. Rico told me I'm number 1. Let me answer what you've just asked momentarily, 97.1.
Hey, if you're looking for the best deals on the hottest Chevy models, there's only one place to go. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren at 14 Mile and Mount. To be exact, Hamilton is leading the way with unbeatable prices, top-notch service, and a commitment to total satisfaction. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer, so whether you're looking for that sleek sedan, tough truck, spacious SUV, or you want the drop top because it's so nice out, Hamilton Chevrolet has the inventory of brand new 2025s and 26 Chevys, and the selection is best right now. So no more waiting months for your dream car. Nope, none of that. Hamilton is stocked up and ready to get you on the road in a Chevy that'll fit your lifestyle and your budget, including the June Rico deal, a 2026 Chevy Equinox LT for $299 a month for 36 months. Walk into Hamilton Chevrolet with $995 down, and you'll drive off with 10,000 miles a year. You know what I say? The best deals are found at 14 mile a mile. Stop and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and find out why Hamilton is leading the way. More at HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together. Let's drive.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Michigan State announcing they'll take on Duke December 6th in a big non-conference showdown at the Breslin Center in East Lansing. It'll be the 20th overall game between the Spartans and Blue Devils, the last November 2023 when Duke beat MSU in the Champions Classic. Tigers look to clean up the mistakes and start a 3-game series with the Pirates at Comerica Park tonight. Despite this weekend's series loss to the Reds, Detroit still the best team in baseball at 46-27. Manager A.J. Hinch says the errors in Sunday's series finale are so far an outlier this year for the Tigers. Good pitching matchup in this one tonight. Casey Mize for Detroit, Bailey Falter for Pittsburgh. He's got an ERA just over 3 and 5 wins on the season. Former Tiger utility man Don Kelly manages the Pirates now. Pretty good so far, 16-19. Gene Lamont's his bench coach. That first pitch, 6:40, pregame at 6:15 right here on 97.1. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 4 o'clock or at 97.1theticket.com.
All right, straight to the people, but I want to answer, look, Ethan's point is simple. When I do stuff like this, I do try to be intentional. I'm not being flippant about it. It makes no sense for me to offer you a deal that's an auto yes and no sense to offer an auto no. Do I believe Ethan could be right that it could cost less, that it could look different? Yes, but I don't believe you're going to get Chris Sale in this market with the Cubs and the Yankees knocking the door down. I don't believe you're going to get it without giving up one of Clark or McGonigal. If I'm the Braves, it is an automatic non-starter if you're not trading me either of those guys. So that's why I did it that way.
Yeah.
And our point, if you're just joining the show, is simple. Look, the Tigers have the best record, but it feels like a majority of fans feel like they're not the best team in the league. And basically every fan is calling this radio station every day part with a different need. Bullpen, starter, right-handed bat. I wanted to bring up something that is, to me, the perfect trade. A, he doesn't end up a Yankee. B, you maximize your Skubal window. And C, it actually gives you leverage in the offseason that if things fall apart with Skubal, you could do the unthinkable. You could move him. Or you say to hell with it. We're going to lock and load. We got one more crack at this deal, and we have the top 2 pitchers in the sport. Let's just go do this. So what do you want to do? I think it's a perfect idea, but it's going to hurt. But I also don't care because I don't think Max Clark's helping you next year. McGonigal's not helping you next year. And even as rookies, how do you know they're breaking camp with the team? How do you know that they'll get 600 ABs? How do you know that they'll be productive? You don't. And anyone who tells you guarantee this, guarantee that, they're pretending. They're driven by agenda or hope. If anyone could figure out actual linear progression of prospects, they would own Cooperstown. My point is, I got the best guy in the sport right now. Let's go win. People, Nick in Farmington, 97.1. Hello, Nick.
Hi, Mike. So the Chris Sale thing, I'll get to that in a minute. Obviously the team needs to take a big swing here. I get a little bit now. I'm willing to move prospects. I mean, for example, some guy called and said, Seth Alverson for Colt Keith. Look, that might be the worst trade ever. Seth Alverson's he's not even a high leverage reliever. The guy isn't doing anything in Colorado. I'm trading a Colt Keith. The Rockies would take that in an instant. We'd be getting totally screwed in that deal.
Right. Not every offer is a good offer.
No, yeah. But the Chris Sale thing, I don't know. Look, the issue isn't that I like Chris Sale is really, really, really good. I would love it if he was on this team. I don't know if I'm I'll give an example. So, if I'm trading prospects, it's got to be if I'm trading prospects like the top 10 or top 20, it's got to be for guys who I know I'm going to trade for you and then I'm going to lock you up and you're going to be with this team for a while. And I know, Chris Sale signs you next year. And I'm like, yeah, but Mike, I don't really think this offense is that good.
All right, well, then hold on.
We got Chris Sale.
If you have doubts like that, then you don't make the deal. Nick, you're calling up with
I'll give you an example of a guy who I would trade for. So the Pirates, they have it's not Paul Skenes, so don't assume that guy. But so there's a guy in there, Mitch Keller, who's signed for the next 3 years after this year, $15 million a year. The guy's been getting inadequate coaching ever since he signed that deal. He's been getting inadequate coaching for the entire time he's been there. But the guy has real stuff, and if he could just get better coaching, the guy could turn into like Reese, a healthier version of Reese Olson. That's the guy who I go after and try and get.
It's funny, too, and again, people are going to freak out, Nick. I'm not, because I actually watch the sport, but I was reading something the other day, like in his last 8 starts, Keller's gotten 2, 1, or 0 runs of run support.
Well, he's got no. That's another thing I was going to mention. He doesn't get any run support. It's destroying his confidence. It's like when Reese Olson pitched out there, and he was like cursed. Nobody could score.
I don't hate the idea, Nick. Listen, I'm not married to it, but I wanted to have some fun with people.
That's fine.
And also produce something that, to me, would be the Thanos glove. You're right. There are plenty of other moves they can make. But, Nick, it's simple. If you don't get Chris Sale, the Yankees are going to get him. And that's part of the discussion point.
Yeah.
The Yankees are going to sell their soul to the devil. Why? They haven't won since 2009.
And that's a team that you could potentially be playing to go to the World Series. So, yeah, you're one.
By the way, Chris Sale against Aaron Judge. Aaron Judge, I believe, lifetime, 5 for 37.
I was about to say, yeah, not very good.
The Judge stopper. It's like Eldon Campbell was the Shaq stopper. 248-539-9797. We'll get to the people. I got to make sure we keep it timely. Distracted driving. It's an epidemic. Look around. You see goofballs on the road staring at their phone. It's a danger. If you don't have life insurance, you get aced out by one of these idiots, your family will be real upset with you. So get the life insurance and let Mike Prepare National Benefit Plans do all the work. He'll shop over 70 different life insurance carriers nationwide. He'll guarantee you the best possible rate. And you're not going to deal with a phone jockey 6 states over and wondering what's available and what's not. You're going to get answers. You're going to get a deal. 30 years in the game. National Benefit Plans. Go to nbphealth.com. That's nbphealth.com. National Benefit Plans wants to be your health and life insurance agency for a lifetime. All right, let's get right to the people. We'll knock out the last of the calls on some of the trade stuff. Odyssey.com rewind. ESPN had some things to say about the Tiger lineup. It's up to you whether you think they're valid or not. I think they do present some red flags about the postseason. I think you can get away with certain things in the regular season. You can't in the playoffs, but there's a lot of space between now and then. Let's go to Jonathan on a cell, 97.1. Jonathan, how you doing?
Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, hey. Jonathan. What's up?
So I love the sale idea. I really do. But like that caller, I think it was Ethan, said, I do think the price is a little steep. However, I would like to add something to the mix here, maybe make it a little more interesting. Now, this guy would help with the right-handed bat. I love this guy, although he does make $20 million a year. How about you give me Austin Riley as well?
Well, hold on. That's not an as well. And second of all, correct me if I'm wrong, Jonathan. Didn't he sign a 10-year extension for pennies on the dollar like 2 years ago? Meaning he has 8 years of team control at a very reasonable price to me. I think the Braves would be insane to do that. Yeah,
I hear you, and I know it would pain Rico, but I mean, come on, I would be willing to give up McGonigal, Rayner. I'd even give up Lorenzo too. You want to give up the Rodriguez guy too?
Look,
I mean, come on, you get the right-handed bat.
If he were available, if that were something remotely being discussed, which I haven't seen, you're not wrong for making the ask. But that's a player, if I'm the Braves, I'm hanging on to. He signed, and that's not a crazy price for an elite third baseman.
Yeah, and I don't think it's an option, Jonathan. This is one where you would have to come up with a lot more than just that offer. But I don't think he's on the market.
All right, I hear you.
Yeah, you know what? But hey, you swung for the fences.
I don't mind making the ask. I don't. I mean, hell, if the New York Knicks can call up every elite head coach and get hung up on, why can't we? Honestly, Jonathan, nothing wrong with it, brother.
No.
But again, the sale thing is much different. Shorter term, older player. Braves could retool it. Look, there's no guarantee they end up trading him. Look, we see wild late season runs, including yours last year. They have the DNA of a champion, but boy, it's getting late in a hurry. They've played horrific baseball.
Yeah, they like you need bullpen help. So, and I don't think it's happening anytime soon.
Let's go to Cody, 97.1. What's up, Cody?
Hey, what's going on, Mike? Long time. How you guys doing today?
Excellent. What's up?
Good, man. I love the sale idea, man. I've been listening for the last hour, and I really like it. I'm just curious. I know Skenes, the talks of Skenes, is he just completely out? I've still been seeing rumors of, possibly.
I don't know how this started. All I can tell you is this. I don't know what planet it came from. I don't understand where it started. And then it turned into a thing that I still don't know why it's a thing. Here's the best I'll do. I'm in a good mood, Cody. I'll tell you, you're one of the 2 or 3 teams in baseball that has the farm system necessary to make that type of move. If it were real. But I don't think it's real.
Not prospects.
No, because I honestly believe if they traded him, the fans would burn PNC Park to the ground. They already hate Nutting. He's a clown.
It's literally all they have. That's it.
And they have him under team control for, I believe, 3 more years before arbitration?
Something.
So, they got him cheap.
They got him for 5 years. Look, Cody, you show me one report that he's available, I'd be out there with my little drum.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
That's kind of why I was calling. I keep seeing these stories popping up.
I don't get it.
I'm just reading one recently, and I don't get it. Yeah,
I don't know where it's from. But would I do it? Yeah, of course I would.
No, playing fantasy baseball over here.
See, Cody, I think it's one of those things that, you know what, the story keeps going because somebody refers back to this guy who just mentioned this guy. It started off with one person, but because you mention it, it gives it validity. I heard Mike and Rico talking about it.
No, you didn't.
No, but that's what will be said.
Don't put that evil on me, Ricky
Bobby. They heard it on this show.
I'll tell you how it started. It was Bleacher Report putting out these crazy ideas for a trade for Paul Skenes. They needed something to talk about in the middle of May. And then people latched on to it.
Okay, well, it needs to stop because I just it's an impossibility. It's just completely impossible.
And they have him pre-arb this year and next year, 2027 is
That's
the first arbitration year.
So you've got 5 years of control. You can go 3 layers there. It makes no sense. Now, again, would you do? Well, sure. And while we're at it, I'd love to make a trade for SGA. I mean, anything else on the list? Connor McDavid, 248. Like
maybe he's out of shape and the GM just trades him because of it.
But the Pistons get the number 1 overall pick.
I will say
Get Cooper Flag.
Kenny's not here, so I can't bring it up. I know McDavid's been fine. He's got 7 points in the series. But I'm sorry, 2 of these games, that team's been a complete no-show. And if Connor McDavid doesn't get this to a Game 7, I'm very disappointed in Connor. That's all I'm saying. I want him to get a cup. He's too good not to have one. That's all. Kenny's not here. I can't talk about it.
Maybe Florida's just that good.
I don't want to hear it. They're cheaters. That's what Florida is. They're cheaters.
Well, last time I checked,
you circumvent the salary cap with your little long-term Band-Aid program you're running. I know your tricks, Sarah.
Last time I heard, cheaters can win.
Go Blue.
They're just a better team, too.
We are aware.
Edmonton can win the series because they have the 2 best players in the series.
You know what? I wish you a lifetime living in Apopka. I've had enough of you. That's one of my least favorite cities on the planet. Apopka, Florida is a plague. What an awful place.
It is not great.
What got you into Apopka?
I have a friend who lives there, and he wants to move, but the wife doesn't want to move. It's a whole kerfuffle.
Is he from there?
No, it's just a kerfuffle. They don't want to move the kids from school. He's miserable. They can move. They have the money to move. And he's like, I'm trapped.
How did you end up in Apopka?
Because he has a very specific job in the middle of Florida.
Does he rate orange trees?
No, what do you want me to do? I'm not going to spell it out for you.
This is an interrogation.
Poor
right
bastard
now.
might be listening. He can't get out.
I'm just saying, like, what do you do? Like,
it's terrible.
I rank orange trees, sir.
No, I went to visit him there, and I'm like, I hate this. This is awful. It's like a collection of those weird, like, those business boulevards. They got all the weird turnarounds. Every street, it's like a 70-mile-an-hour speed limit, but then the way to turn into a Starbucks or a Publix, the driveway is the size of a water bottle. Everyone's a Florida man. They're driving oversized pickups, wearing American flag tank tops. Place is a dump. Apopka's terrible.
It's such a great city.
It's terrible. Orlando. It's terrible.
I was about to say, is it near Orlando?
Yes, it's a suburb of it.
Yeah, it is.
It's where all the meth heads live.
The worst part is Mike's buddy works for the Tourist Commission down there.
No, he doesn't. No, I promise you that.
Oh.
I'll tell you off air.
I was about to say either that or he works for a rodent.
No. He does not work for Disney. Okay. No, I'm just telling you. It's a hostage situation at this point. I can't get out.
Please donate to the GoFundMe
No, he doesn't. But he doesn't need the donation. That's what makes it worse.
I know.
They have the money to move. She won't move.
One last question.
Yes.
Are the kids young?
He's like David. He's got a Gatling gun between his legs. He can't stop. He's got 17 kids. They're at all age levels. He's got a Tommy gun.
Bang, 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 bang.
Hey, he doesn't stop.
Heard the grits in the South are pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, he's had planned ones, unplanned ones, sort of planned ones, sober ones, drunk ones. He's had them all.
What do you mean the vasectomy didn't take?
He probably went right very fast.
Poor man. He's stuck there. If she doesn't want to move because of the school, I thought maybe, because when you reach that age where, okay, you're going into high school, we can convince you to move.
No, that's the problem.
Clean sweep.
She doesn't want to move because one of them's about to go into high school. You're never going to escape the vortex. You're going to be dead by the time they're all to college.
That's the time. If you're going to leave,
listen,
right before high school,
it's a whole
all
thing.
All new friends.
It's a whole thing. The neighborhood's starting to fall apart around him. He's doing a nice job with his house. I mean, you got 900 people who live across the street from him. There's 17 monster trucks in the driveway. He can't get out. And I hope you have to spend the rest of your life there, Paul Sarah, because you don't deserve a second cup. Shouldn't even be hockey in Florida. Factual.
Is the Citrus Bowl in the popcorn?
No. I don't know where. I don't know.
Why are we still doing questions?
He asked me. 97-1. I'm done.
Brought to you by Builders First Source. Will Vest will avoid the injured list after a scare involving his pinky during Sunday's final against the Reds. Manager A.J. Hinch says Vest has passed all tests. Also out in the bullpen this afternoon, Tyler Owens has cleared out his locker at Comerica Park, likely making the way for Carlos Hernandez. He was claimed off waivers from the Phillies yesterday. Meantime, the Tigers open up a 3-game series with the Pirates at Comerica Park tonight. Very good pitching matchup. Casey Mize for Detroit, Bailey Falter for Pittsburgh. Manager A.J. Hinch says the Tigers regrouped during the off day yesterday after what he calls a sloppy series loss to the Reds on Sunday. The Pirates, under the former Tiger interim manager Don Kelly, are the third worst team in baseball, 29-44. The Tigers, despite the series loss, still the best team in baseball, 46-27. First pitch 6:40, pregame at 6:15 here on 97.1. Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton suffering a strained right calf, and he'll get an MRI now to figure out its severity. Halliburton aggravated his calf injury last night in the Game 5 loss to the Thunder. Head coach Rick Carlisle said last night that Halliburton, though, has no plans to miss tomorrow's Game 6 with the season on the line for Indiana. And the Lions announcing dates for training camp this summer in Allen Park. The 10 practices open up to the public starting July 16th with Back Together Weekend exclusive for Lions season ticket holders. Fans need tickets to attend all practices. They're free, but in high demand, Mike. Registration, mark your calendar, starts July 15th. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's do a little football. We'll get you a little college football, I believe. Mr. Hatchetman, music, please.
We're actually going to shift this blitz, and we're going to talk about the greatest things about Apopka, Florida.
No, it'd be a short list. Place a complete hellhole.
No, let's get through this, because we've been having fun here with the best 25 since 2000 list, different things that come up. So we're going to start here with, this is college football's top 25 coaching hires of this century.
Oh, good Lord.
Okay. So I want to focus on the top 10.
Okay, Urban Meyer, number 1.
Well, I'll go through it, but I'm going to go through some other ones outside of the top 10. I really want to focus on the top 10. So 24, you got Jeff Brom, who had 4 bowl appearances, Big Ten West title, was hired in 2017. Jimbo Fisher won a national title at Florida State. He is number 22 on this list. Lane Kiffin, hired at Ole Miss in 2020, 44-18 record so far.
Let me say this. I understand Rico hates Lane Kiffin. And I understand that he has come up small in some big spots. However, considering the program he has taken over, and they have had next to no success since the 60s, even with Eli Manning, Lane's done a very nice job. That's all I want to say. It's a good hire. It was a risky hire. It's worked.
Yeah, good hire. Can't win the big games.
All right.
It's like I've seen this before in Happy Valley. Go ahead, David.
Leave it alone.
This next one I just want to mention just for you, Mike. It is Willie Fritz. Was hired at Tulane in 2016. Yep. He's done really well. Had 23 wins in 2 years down in Tulane.
The question's going to be, can he get it going at Houston? That's a tough gig. The whole roster reset. Now, they got some money.
I was about to say, they got that Texas money.
And they can recruit because, well, you step out the front door. But what he did at Tulane was nothing short of biblical. To turn them into a winner, that's unthinkable. Now Tulane every year, you expect them to be ranked.
Correct. True. Another great hire, who's number 17 on this list, was hired in 2017. It is Matt Rule in Baylor. Flipped an 11-loss team to 11 wins in only 2 years.
I think Rule deserves to be on the list because he did it at Temple, he did it at Baylor, and he's doing it at Nebraska.
Yes.
Now, he needs a big year this year. It's time now.
Yeah, but he's dealing with a crazed fan base who believes that every year they're going to win a national title because that's all Nebraska has. They have no pro sports.
And the other one of note outside of the top 10 is Luke Fickell at Cincinnati. Hired in 2017, and he's the only Group of 5 playoff appearance.
Super overrated, hated their game plan in the playoff, and he looks like Rob Riggle. To hell with him. And he wears that stupid sleeveless shirt that says team on the back. Yeah, he's a loser. I don't like Luke Fickell at all.
But Lane Kiffin, you like?
Yeah, he's got swag. He goes for it on 4th down. And he doesn't look like Rob Riggle.
You know what, David? Are you ready to do your top 10?
Yeah.
I have one. Is Mark D'Antonio on that list?
He is number 10 on the list. Mark D'Antonio, hired in 2007, 3 Big Ten titles, 7 AP top 25 finishes, college football playoff appearance, 114 and 57 record.
And if he would have fired his golfing buddies, he'd still be there.
Yeah.
I just call it what it is. He went the way a lot of coaches do, stubbornly.
Well,
best coach we'll ever have, but it didn't end well.
He had a recruiting class that went south and said, screw it, just give me low-rent recruits from here on out.
It's a celebration.
Number 9 on the list is Chris Peterson at Boise State, hired in 2006, 5 conference titles, a Boise State wins leader, 92-12 record.
And took UW to a playoff.
No, this is at Boise State.
Right, I'm saying, though, it matters to me when you've been hired at multiple places and you succeed. It should earn you a higher position here.
Early on, he did take, UW to the playoffs. They were in there for a second, but it still counts.
But Peterson at Boise was a force. There's no question. You know who he took over for? The venerable Houston Nutt.
Really? Now, see, I always thought Peterson stayed there too long. I thought he should have parlayed that into another job.
Oh, he turned into Matt Campbell.
But then he was, I'm tried and true. Go, and
then he quit out of nowhere.
Sure did. Now you see him on television.
And he's terrible.
Yes, he is. Number 8 on the list, Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State, hired in 05.
Timeout. You got to stop. I don't want to hear the rest. How can you have Mike Gundy over Mark D'Antonio?
It ain't my list.
I'm asking you because you're presenting it as yours.
Because Mike Gundy gave you one of the greatest
I love the speech
ever.
But look at what D'Antonio accomplished at Michigan State, including a playoff berth, including playing for 5 Big Ten championships, winning 3, including multiple 11-win seasons. Mike Gundy hadn't done those things. Now, I like Mike Gundy. But come on now, he can't be number 8.
They're saying he had 18 consecutive winning seasons with 10 AP top 25 finish.
Did he win the Big 12? Did he go to the playoff?
He has won a Big 12 title, yes.
Right. Sorry, I disagree with that one.
Number 7 on the list would be Gary Patterson from TCU.
Yep.
Was hired in 2000, won 6 conference titles, 181 and 79 record, 6 AP top 10.
And he got screwed twice. No, you go. You go in that purple shirt.
He got screwed out of a playoff.
Twice.
Yeah, he did twice.
I
remember the one where they were like, you deserve to be there, but we can't have TCU in the playoffs.
Also, coaches deserve bonus points when they help get a stadium built for their school.
That's fair.
That's the type of game changer Patterson was for TCU.
Number 6 on the list, Jim Harbaugh. Hired in 2015, national title.
Nope.
3 Big Ten titles, 86 and 25 record.
All acquired via cheating. Was about to be bleep canned before the cheating. Had his salary cut in half before the cheating. I'm sorry. Never making that list in my world. Cheater, narcissist, psychopath, liar, and he left. Goodbye.
He revamped his roster and delivered 3 straight Big Ten titles.
He didn't revamp nothing.
David,
he started cheating.
I look at it like Lou Holtz. He left the place in shambles. He'll get all the credit, but then you got to look at the disaster that was and the fallout that's about to happen. That's all because of him.
Cheater, suspended twice in the same season for 2 different investigations.
In the years they won it all.
Goodbye.
He missed 6 games.
You can have him.
Number 5 on the list, Kirby Smart. 2 national titles, back-to-back national titles.
Self-explanatory. If he ditched the visor, I'd put him number 3.
Really? Just not a visor guy.
It's a ridiculous look.
But you
especially
can win
when he wears it at the SEC title game indoors.
But you can win with a visor.
We
found that out.
You can.
Okay.
You can also win knowing the other team's plays.
Why does he wear it inside
It's ridiculous. Also,
it's bright lights in there, okay?
Why does he have a haircut like he used a Flowbee? Then the visor molds to his head, and it makes this hair indentation.
Maybe it's part of his brand. I don't know.
What's his brand? Hillbilly?
Hey, know your audience.
It's ridiculous.
Kenny?
Number 4, Pete Carroll. Hired in 01, 2 national titles.
Cheating scumbag, shouldn't be on the list. Left before the police showed up. Goodbye.
See Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, no.
When you leave your school in a worse off condition, you don't belong on this list.
It's not right. Not to the guys who do it the right way. Pete Carroll, plus annoying gum tuner. Just choose and choose and choose and choose and choose. And he claps. He's not even a coach. He doesn't coach. He claps. He choose and claps.
For your rules.
He's not even a coach. He's a cheerleader.
Number 3, Dabo Sweeney, Clemson.
Yes.
2 national titles.
Yeah.
Yes. He took a program that was essentially Michigan State, and he turned it into Alabama. And he was the only one who could beat prime Saban. He may be a con artist and a bit of a hillbilly, but damn it, he's one of the best hires of all time.
What he said.
Number 2, Urban Meyer. Number 1, Nick Saban.
Yeah, I mean, again, Meyer goes to Bowling Green, immediate turnaround. Goes to Utah, immediate turnaround. Goes to Florida, 2 natties. Scumbag? Absolutely. Then Ohio State, it speaks for itself.
And basically revolutionized the Big Ten and said, you guys can keep doing this 3 yards in a cloud of dust thing. I'm not beholden to these guys. I'm going forward pass. We're going to run the speed option. We're going to do a whole lot of stuff here.
Go to Alabama before Saban and then look at with Saban. Alabama wasn't Alabama when he took over.
Oh, no, they were in the wilderness. They were still talking Bear Bryant. Oh, we got to have somebody that ties back to the bear and, seriously, they got caught up in that, well, what lineage does he come from Bear Bryant? And that's the only way you could coach at Alabama.
Is he related to his cousin?
Sounds like a program I know.
It is, David. That's when a program goes south, when they become so ingrained to one person that it has to be some lineage going back to that person in order to coach them.
That is your college football.
Back to the real scion of integrity known as Bear Bryant.
It's your college football blitz.
Scumbag.
All right, sports fans, listen up. Is your internet performance on a losing streak? Are you dropping connections, lagging streams, missing those game-winning plays? Not with Xfinity Internet. We're talking the champion of Wi-Fi with the best in-class equipment, whether you're live streaming the game, video chatting with your fantasy league, or downloading the latest highlights. Xfinity Internet means no timeout. Do more of what you love faster than a touchdown dash. And if you're an Xfinity Mobile MVP, even better, folks. Xfinity brings the power of the internet and mobile together. So you got the victory level speeds at home and on the go. Combine Xfinity Internet and Mobile and supercharge your phone with Wi-Fi Power Boost for that winning edge. That's gold medal speeds with reliable home internet and secure game-ready network on the go. Ready to score big? Call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just drop into an Xfinity store today. For more details, the Wi-Fi with Xfinity is booming.
All right, David. Well, first of all, Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything. We had a jam-packed couple hours of Tiger baseball talk. One, ESPN wanted to poke some holes in your lineup a little bit, fact or fiction. And then I came up with the perfect trade offer to make you the World Series favorite. And there's no hyperbole. I stand on business, as the kids say. I'm giving you your best 2-year window with Scooble. You can go get both of those. I also had a weird
standing on business.
On business, BIDN. Also a 4-minute rage about a Popka Florida out of nowhere. Okay, David, ticket text, and then we'll continue to move along.
Saban and Meyer were just as big of cheaters as Pete Carroll and Jim Harbaugh. They should also not be at the top.
Okay, time out. Hold on. What investigations did they incur? Were they suspended in season for said investigations? Did they have a COI that was about to drop a bomb on either of their programs? Now, I agree with you that Urban Meyer was willfully ignorant at best to felonious behaviors. Oh, wait, Mozzie Smith just boarded the airplane. So, look, I don't know what to tell you. But when you get caught, it has to be a level above the guys who didn't. If you want all 4 scumbags thrown off the list, guess what? No sweat off my back.
Yeah, not gonna fight it, but But so Urban Meyer with the wide receiver coach, is that what we're talking about?
I think that's what that person's bringing up in some of the, the Florida stuff.
Florida, he just had a rogue team, but you know what? Everything that we're saying about him, I think they're gonna end up saying about Kirby Smart when he's gone. They're gonna do a 30 for 30. I mean, my goodness, just call it Georgia driving school. Look at all the stuff that happens with them, but they keep winning and nobody cares. It's different when you have a rogue program, rogue players, rather than you're just breaking the rules, flat out cheating.
David.
I don't like Mike's take on Jim Harbaugh, but I understand it. All is forgiven, though, when his comments came up with the Kirby Smart haircut. That was too funny.
Well, listen, understand something. This is the issue I have with sports media in 2025. We're tailoring things so that people like I like what he said. No. Facts are facts. You don't get to like or dislike facts. They're facts. Earth round. Apopka, bad. Like facts. If you agree with the news, you weren't watching the news. It's the news. Guys, I didn't do that stuff. He did. So you don't have to like it. But we get into this world where you end up in this bootlicking society where you just give people a world that they think is perfect and pretty and safe. Well, essentially, you're lying to people. I have been straight up with you from the beginning. You go and play your games, take your father, go win your champ, do whatever you want. But you get to tell me nothing afterwards because you are filth.
Right.
That's it. That's reality. If my school did the same thing, you don't think I'd act the same way? Look at how I treat my school, and they haven't done anything wrong. My school's a homeless person, and I kick them.
I don't think you have one right now. Here's the thing. Every major coach, whether in college, football, basketball, if you're good, you work in the gray area. It's when you cross the line and just flat out cheat, that's where it goes too far.
Then you lie. Then you obstruct. You deny, you delay, you don't show up, you destroy evidence. Here's an idea. You don't like the take on Harbaugh. Answer a question for me. From Bo's Lasting Lessons on Leadership, where Bo Schembechler says to you, you don't get to say you didn't know because either you're too stupid for the job or you're a liar. Those are Bo's words. My point to you would be this. How many Michigan coaches have either been fired, show-caused, suspended, or left of their own volition? 13 of Jim Harbaugh's assistants. Wow. So I don't want to hear about liking. Okay, you don't like taxes. You still pay them.
Yeah, but Mike.
And for some reason, Dave, I'm sorry, and for some reason, some low-level staffer had access every game next to the coach.
Yeah, oftentimes the janitor's given a game ball. Connor Stalions given a game ball by Harbaugh. Connor Stalions had such weight in the program that Harbaugh would slide his headset over and maybe spit out the pound of chaw in his mouth to talk to said low-level psychopath. Just stop. Cut it out.
Yeah, but you forgot about the second part of it. He said he forgave you for the comments because of the Kirby
No,
point.
hold on. Wait a minute, David. I'm in a good mood. You don't. There's no forgiveness. Because I don't need to be forgiven for anything.
He's just loving the Kirby comment.
And
is
he
what he's
should,
saying.
because Kirby Smart's a goof. The point I'm making is whether it's Pete Carroll, whether it's Jim Harbaugh, look, man, Rico said it best, and that's why he's wearing the luxury golf shirt today. You operate in the gray, it's one thing. And I actually never had a huge problem with a little envelope to the local pastor to get the player you need. My school was just too stupid or poor to do it. But when
No, they just put cash. No. No, don't write cash.
Cash inside.
Here is the envelope. No. Uh-oh. You're supposed to just leave it at the door and I pick it up.
But the whole point, too, look, we haven't done a zillion shows. Hey, in the heat of it, like, the middle of the season where the Big Ten said you don't have to play these guys, they have their plays. Yeah, we did a lot of shows. You know what we don't do? We don't do COI shows now. When the news breaks, whatever it is or isn't, we'll talk about it. But I never have to do anything with Harbaugh or that program. You lost your angel wings. You're filth. You're no different than UNLV under Jerry Tarkanian. You're Kentucky with the $100 handshakes. So it is what it is. That's it. Like, I don't know what to say. That's the deal. It's like you join the mafia. You give up your ability to leave. I don't know what to tell you. Read the fine print. And again, you don't have to care, but like that whole school cares about this faux integrity thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all.
Well, now it's, everybody did it.
No, everybody doesn't do. You just make things up.
I know.
And that's where I get annoyed.
And that's what I say. It's okay. Every major
I'd rather
program,
you
every
own it.
coach has operated in the gray.
Just own it, say we're scumbags, and move along down the line. You think Georgia fans or Alabama fans care? No. The difference is they want to act like they're this angelic figure, which it's just not the case. Their athletic department is filth.
Right. And like guys like Pete Carroll and going back to Lou Holtz, they saw the tidal wave coming, hopped in the boat, and left everybody there to drown.
Lou Holtz, complete scumbag at multiple stops.
Every place he left.
One step ahead of the posse is what they used to call it.
And they ended up on probation.
Yes. Never forget Lou Holtz with Randy Kinder running down the sidelines of Spartan Stadium with a diamond necklace. It was like 1992. There ain't no NIL.
Randy Kinder.
East Lansing legend.
I was about to say, I used to call his games at East Lansing.
Oh, good for you.
Bro, it was East Lansing High School.
Why didn't you put some money in his pocket and get him in Spartan Stadium?
I was working for a cable access show.
No,
you just answered
what?
your own question.
You're right. Maybe a little bagel fraggle was in the budget.
I was just saving up to move to Apopka.
Okay.
Someone says, I did look up Apopka, Florida, and one of those articles that usually pops in about the 50 things to do in the city, it said 3 things to do in the city.
Yeah.
It has nothing.
And
Brendan in Chicago.
And one of the 3 things is leave.
Go to airport.
Find road. Drive.
Keep driving.
Oh, God, it's awful. Go ahead.
Said you mentioned a visor. Doesn't Kiffin wear a visor?
But he's outside at least. I'm talking Kirby indoors in these big showdown games. He doesn't even take the damn thing off.
It's because Kiffin doesn't make it to the SEC championship,
Listen,
Mr. Funny
I understand
Man.
Kiffin's a douche. I know this. I'm just making a point. He's done a nice job at Ole Miss. Ole Miss is a hellhole. I mean, the Grove is fun, but have you ever been to Ole Miss, people? Drive about 2 hours south of Memphis into the middle of nowhere. It's a very weird place, and it's a very small school.
I've done that driving to Mississippi. You're right. It is nothing in between Memphis and wherever. Someone says, I agree about Kirby, but Mike Tomlin wears sunglasses during night games. Weird.
That's swag, though. There's a difference. Mike Tomlin looks like Omar Epps. You get to do whatever you want.
That's true. And always angry.
Also, he wears a wooden cross. You've kind of earned the right to wear sunglasses.
I think it's actually a piece of the original cross.
It might be. The guy still has a job. He's been doing a lot of praying.
But no, I like that. Lane Kiffin wears visors.
He does, and I don't like it.
I'm still waiting. You know what? I think when Lane Kiffin finally wins the national title, he's going to pull the Scooby-Doo, rip off the mask, and he was actually James Franklin.
It's actually Nick Saban.
Hi, it's me. I'm James Franklin.
There's a barbecue outside. Don't use it.
There's a great barbecue out there. You're not using it. Don't use it.
Anything else, David? Are we good? Okay. Thank you. We'll get back to business momentarily, okay? FanDuel. Look, it's simple. Home Run Tuesdays, They got them. You're playing the Pirates. They're the third worst team in baseball. Everybody will hit a home run. So whether it's a blast or opposite field, they could get over the wall by 6 inches. Doesn't matter. FanDuel, more betting markets than anyone. You could bet for Paws to hit home run tonight. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Gear up, go yard all season long. It's FanDuel. It's just that simple. 21 and up. Present in Michigan. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration, max wager amounts. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You get a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Casey Mize gets the ball for the Tigers tonight. They open up a 3-game series with the Pirates at Comerica Park. A lot of former Tigers in the Pittsburgh dugout these days. Former utility man Don Kelly, now interim manager, and bench coach Gene Lamont, who was on Jim Leland's staff. The Pirates are the 3rd worst team in baseball, but much improved since Kelly took over. He's gone 16-19 and likes the brand of baseball they're playing. Bailey Falter starts tonight for Pittsburgh. Pretty good so far. 5 wins and an ERA just over 3. Paul Skenes will pitch in the series finale this week. First pitch 6:40 tonight right here on 97.1. And Jonathan Smith staying hot on the recruiting trail, picking up 2026 3-star linebacker Adam Shaw from New Jersey. This after Shaw recently decommitted from Rutgers. His parents, Scott and Angela, played football and field hockey at Michigan State in the 90s. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. We're at 5 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
Okay, top of the hour. I have a conversation about all our GMs in this town, and we know who's last, but how do you begin to effectively rank out the pecking order of the top 3 who have all done a fabulous job, all at different time intervals? We're in a fun conversation. And again, we know who's last. Football today in a few minutes. We'll knock out a few calls right now. We'll go to George, 97.1. Georgie, what's going on, buddy?
Hi, I'm good. I had called before. I had a question about the sale trade.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
By the way, I love listening to you guys.
Thank you.
If instead of doing one of Briseno, Rayner, or Lorenzo, if you did 2 of them, would you do you think you'd also be able to get Riley,
No.
third baseman?
No, I addressed this with a caller earlier, George. Look, let me just say it. Austin Riley signed a 10-year extension 2 years ago, and it's affordable. And it's okay. You're fine. It's just the Braves do not have – look, they may not trade Sale. They may think it's a blip in the radar. They got him next year. They'll make a run at a World Series. The point I'm making is when you have a player that's got 7 or 8 years left at an affordable rate, he's an elite third baseman, he's a big bat, he's having a very nice year, not a great year, but a nice year. George, it just doesn't make a lot of sense. Now, again, if somebody overwhelms you, go for it. But I that's just not.
Or if they go into full hit panic button rebuild mode.
Well, that would be different.
Right. But
I don't think that's happening.
Yeah, I don't think so either. Sale 36, expendable. Let's see what we can get some younger players.
And again, the whole thought process behind it is you have Skubal through next year. You could add Sale through next year. And frankly, if you don't go get him, there's a very good chance the Yankees will. So you gatekeep it. You optimize your window. And I think the Tigers will be damn near not unbeatable, but you get what I'm saying, guys. Who the hell is going to be excited to face this team with those 2 at the top of the rotation? Arguably the top 2 pitchers in the sport, or 2 of the top 5, and I don't have to argue.
Correct. Fair. Very fair.
Let's go to Mike out in the Shores, 97.1. Mike, what's going on?
Hey, what's happening, fellas?
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, brother. Thank you. So, not a Michigan fan. I will say that before I call in. Go Irish. I do got to give... Yeah. Oh, lifelong too, my man.
They're good.
I would say
your coach is
coach
is a rock star. I'm jealous.
Go ahead. 100%. I'll give you that. So the only thing I'll say is, again, with Harbaugh, he was cheating. I can say that. Guy still had to coach. Guy still had to go against really good competition who was also living in that gray area. And I would just put out, a dozen NFL draft picks over a couple year stretch, which is what Saban did, which is what Carroll did, which is what Meyer did. They all blurred the line. They all also had stacked rosters.
Yes. Look, Mike, the whole thing, just for people,
take that away from
just for people tuning in, no, we didn't do some big topic. We had a blitz. It was coaching rankings. Mike, my whole thing is this. If everyone played in the gray, that's one thing. They went off the deep end with the biggest on-field scandal of my lifetime. I've never seen anything like it.
Right.
So just understand. And then when he had a chance to cop to it, he didn't. You're talking about destroying evidence. You got whistleblowers in the program. Mike, it's a little different than just a $100 handshake.
And, Mike, here's also something that you got to look at. You talk about the NFL draft picks, but on offense, tell me the one that's actually done something. So when you know what the defense is going to do, you look great. You can come up with great stats. They go to the NFL, doesn't work that way.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. like I said, last thing I ever thought I would do when I called into this show was take off for Harbaugh.
And Mike, listen,
I'm trying to do.
I again, Mike, you're not wrong. It's just one of those deals when you're doing this every day, and you basically, I've been surrounded by people in this building who live in a pretend universe, and then you have callers who just regurgitate the Kremlin media they're fed. Well, it was a lone wolf. Well, now it's not a lone wolf, but it was a low-level staff.
Wait. I do remember the lone wolf.
Oh yeah.
Who, by the way, showed up to the hearing last week. Like, this guy won't go away. He's your version of Sparty.
Then it was no competitive advantage. Then it was a little advantage. Then it was, well, everyone does it. Then just look, the bottom line, the goalpost just kept moving. I just treat all of them the same. Pete Carroll, Harbaugh. Come on. It's Jerry Tarkanian. What do you want me to tell you? And that's the choices you make. It got you a picture. It got you a natty. What's the problem for you? But you don't, not you, Mike, but I'm saying, you don't get to tell people how to feel about your program when you did the dirt. That's just it. So I don't even know what there is to talk. There's nothing to talk about. We're not even doing a topic about it.
It went from it's just a cheeseburger to, okay, if we punish ourselves, is that good enough?
Well, that was a separate scandal.
You know what?
You got to keep them straight. I know. There's a lot happening there. My bad. Well, David, I'm sorry that I'm not sorry. Carry on. Ticket text, and we'll get a football today. No more Apopka or U of M slander, and we are on track for 5 o'clock.
Logan in Southfield says, just do the deal now. Honestly, I pay more. The top 2 pitchers in baseball, and all I have to give is some players who may or may not even be on the team in 2 or 3 years. Screw the future. Give me the championship.
And by the way, if you made this type of deal, you still have plenty of coveted high-level prospects. Mm-hmm. You're not upending your franchise. The fear I have is that when Scott Harris was on the air, and again, I think he is never going to tell you openly because it doesn't benefit the team. It wouldn't be smart, and Scott Harris is a very smart man. The idea is, well, we have all these prospects. We're going to get better. We're going to be adding them. It's going to give us multiple chances. There's a lot of Brad Holmes language in that about, hey, we want to be good for a long time. Well, the Yankees have been good for a long time. Rico, am I happy with the Yankees?
No, you are not.
I want to win it. I'd rather be the Texas Rangers. Win it once and disappear for 10 years.
Yeah,
or the Marlins back in the day.
No, because here's the thing. Like the first couple of years, you get seduced and thinking, okay, this is going to be our year. This is going to be our year. And then after the 3rd or 4th year, okay, how are you going to hurt me? What's going to happen this year? Who's going to fail me? And that's when it starts happening where everybody and David, I guess I'm guilty as this because I tell you, hey, David, your team's going to make the playoffs. And you're like, and?
Well, and look, the Tigers have earned the right by being good to be aggressive at the deadline. Yeah. I think asking a team to be aggressive is not a negative. It's not a shot at anybody. It's just, it's time. You either want to do this or you don't. And I don't think there are a lot of Tiger fans that think, as currently constituted, they will win the World Series. Which, unless that's not your ultimate goal as a fan, if you just want to sip daiquiris and chill out at the park in a tank top, that's your prerogative. But there are those of us who care about one thing. I want to win the World Series, especially for a team that hasn't done it in 41 years.
So yes, right now you're still in a novelty stage where it's like, man, it was awesome. Let's try this again. And I think that goes with probably the other sports, with the Lions and the Pistons. Like, man, that was great. Let's go back and do it again.
You don't believe me, but I keep telling you something. If the Lions don't deliver this year, the fans, remember what happened when you'd pour water on a gremlin? Mm-hmm. Went from a little gizmo to Satan?
Yeah.
That's going to be Lions fans.
Oh, no.
It's going to happen if they don't deliver this year.
No. But see, that would be the end of the 3rd year. I said for 3 years.
Okay.
You say, wow, okay, you know what? We slipped, but we made this change. Let's run it back. Let's run it back. And then after a while, you just like,
that's why he's dressed like he's at the U.S. Open today, and I'm not. Good point. Well done. You win. No serve and volley, just an ace. Okay, let's get a football today in the mix, and we got to do these GM rankings because I think it's going to be challenging because you got 3 really good ones, and then you got, Steve. All right, Hungry Howie's. Let's talk about it. Large one-topping pizza, your choice of 8 flavored crusts, just $8.99. It is a limited time deal. What's not limited? The quality. You get 100% real cheese. You get fresh ingredients, over 20 toppings to choose from. And yes, the flavored crusts. $8.99, large one-topping pizza. All you need to do is you go to hungryhowies.com. You download the app and start your online order. It's online carryout only. That's the only restriction. $8.99, large one-topping pizza. You can't beat the deal. It's a limited time only at Hungry Howie's. All right, let's do a little football. We'll get you a little college football, I believe. Mr. Hatchet Man, music, please.
We're actually going to shift this blitz, and we're going to talk about the greatest things about Apopka, Florida.
No, it'd be a short list. Place a complete hellhole.
No, let's get through this, because we've been having fun here with the best 25 since 2000 list, different things that come up. So we're going to start here with, this is college football's top 25 coaching hires of this century.
Oh, good Lord.
Okay. So I want to focus on the top 10.
Okay, Urban Meyer, number 1.
Well, I'll go through it, but I'm going to go through some other ones outside of the top 10. I really want to focus on the top 10. So 24, you got Jeff Brom, who had 4 bowl appearances, Big Ten West title, was hired in 2017. Jimbo Fisher won a national title at Florida State. He is number 22 on this list. Lane Kiffin, hired at Ole Miss in 2020, 44-18 record so far.
Let me say this. I understand Rico hates Lane Kiffin. And I understand that he has come up small in some big spots. However, considering the program he has taken over, and they have had next to no success since the 60s, even with Eli Manning, Lane's done a very nice job. That's all I want to say. It's a good hire. It was a risky hire. It's worked.
Yeah, good hire. Can't win the big games.
All right.
It's like I've seen this before in Happy Valley. Go ahead, David.
Leave it alone.
This next one I just want to mention just for you, Mike. It is Willie Fritz. Was hired at Tulane in 2016. Yep. He's done really well. Had 23 wins in 2 years down in Tulane.
The question's going to be, can he get it going at Houston? That's a tough gig. The whole roster reset. Now, they got some money.
I was about to say, they got that Texas money.
And they can recruit because, well, you step out the front door. But what he did at Tulane was nothing short of biblical. To turn them into a winner, that's unthinkable. Now Tulane every year, you expect them to be ranked.
Correct. True. Another great hire who's number 17 on this list was hired in 2017. It is Matt Rule in Baylor. Flipped an 11-loss team to 11 wins in only 2 years.
I think Rule deserves to be on the list because he did it at Temple, he did it at Baylor, and he's doing it at Nebraska.
Yes.
Now, he needs a big year this year. It's time now.
Yeah, but he's dealing with a crazed fan base who believes that every year they're going to win a national title because that's all Nebraska has. They have no pro sports.
And the other one of note outside of the top 10 is Luke Fickell at Cincinnati. Hired in 2017, and he's the only Group of 5 playoff appearance.
Super overrated, hated their game plan in the playoff, and he looks like Rob Riggle. To hell with him. And he wears that stupid sleeveless shirt that says team on the back. Yeah, he's a loser. I don't like Luke Fickell at all.
But Lane Kiffin, you like?
Yeah, he's got swag. He goes for it on 4th down. Okay. And he doesn't look like Rob Riggle.
You know what, David? Are you ready to do your top 10?
Yeah.
I have one. Is Mark D'Antonio on that list?
He is number 10 on the list. Mark D'Antonio hired in 2007, 3 Big Ten titles, 7 AP top 25 finishes, college football playoff appearance, 114-57 record.
And if he would have fired his golfing buddies, he'd still be there.
Yeah.
I just call it what it is. He went the way a lot of coaches do, stubbornly.
Well,
best coach we'll ever have, but it didn't end well.
He had a recruiting class that went south and said, screw it, just give me low-rent recruits from here on out.
It's a celebration.
Number 9 on the list is Chris Peterson at Boise State, hired in 2006, 5 conference titles, Boise State wins leader, 92-12 record.
And took UW to a playoff.
No, this is at Boise State.
Right, I'm saying, though, it matters to me when you've been hired at multiple places and you succeed. It should earn you a higher position here.
Early on, he did take, UW to the playoffs. They were in there for a second, but it still counts.
But Peterson at Boise was a force. There's no question. You know who he took over for? The venerable Houston Nutt.
Really? Now, see, I always thought Peterson stayed there too long. I thought he should have parlayed that into another job.
Oh, he turned into Matt Campbell.
But then he was, I'm tried and true. Go, and
then he quit out of nowhere.
Sure did. Now you see him on television.
And he's terrible.
Yes, he is. Number 8 on the list, Mike Gundy at Oklahoma State, hired in 2005.
Timeout. You got to stop. I don't want to hear the rest. How can you have Mike Gundy over Mark D'Antonio?
It ain't my list.
I'm asking you because you're presenting it as yours.
Because Mike Gundy gave you one of the greatest
I love the speech
ever.
But look at what D'Antonio accomplished at Michigan State, including a playoff berth, including playing for 5 Big Ten championships, winning 3, including multiple 11-win seasons. Mike Gundy hadn't done those things. Now, I like Mike Gundy. But come on now, he can't be number 8.
They're saying he had 18 consecutive winning seasons with 10 AP top 25 finishes.
Did he win the Big 12? Did he go to the playoff?
He has won a Big 12 title, yes.
Right. Sorry, I disagree with that one.
Number 7 on the list would be Gary Patterson from TCU.
Yep.
Was hired in 2000, won 6 conference titles, 181 and 79 record, 6 AP top 10.
And he got screwed twice. No, you go. You
No,
go
he
in
got
that
screwed.
purple shirt.
He got screwed out of a playoff.
Twice.
Yeah, he did twice.
Twice.
I remember the one where they were like, you deserve to be there, but we can't have TCU in the playoffs.
Also, coaches deserve bonus points when they help get a stadium built for their school.
That's fair.
That's the type of game changer Patterson was for TCU.
Number 6 on the list, Jim Harbaugh. Hired in 2015, national title.
Nope.
3 Big Ten titles, 86 and 25 record.
All acquired via cheating. Was about to be bleep canned before the cheating. Had his salary cut in half before the cheating. I'm sorry. In never making that list in my world. Cheater, narcissist, psychopath, liar, and he left. Goodbye.
He revamped his roster and delivered 3 straight Big Ten titles.
He didn't revamp nothing.
David,
he started cheating.
I look at it like Lou Holtz. He left the place in shambles. He'll get all the credit, but then you got to look at the disaster that was and the fallout that's about to happen. That's all because of him.
Cheater, suspended twice in the same season for 2 different investigations.
In the years they won it all.
Goodbye.
He missed 6 games.
You can have him.
Number 5 on the list, Kirby Smart. 2 national titles, back-to-back national titles.
Self-explanatory. If he ditched the visor, I'd put him number 3.
Really? Just not a visor guy.
It's a ridiculous look.
But you
especially
can win.
when he wears it at the SEC title game indoors.
But you can win with a visor.
You
We found
can.
that out.
You can.
Okay.
You can also win knowing the other team's plays.
Why does he wear it inside
It's
of the...
ridiculous. Also,
it's bright lights in there, okay?
Why does he have a haircut like he used a Flowbee? Then the visor molds to his head, and it makes this hair indentation.
Maybe it's part of his brand. I don't know.
What's his brand? Hillbilly?
Hey, know your audience.
It's ridiculous.
Kenny?
Number 4, Pete Carroll. Hired in 01, 2
Nope.
national titles.
Cheating scumbag, shouldn't be on the list. Left before the police showed up. Goodbye.
See Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, no.
When you leave your school in a worse off condition, you don't belong on this list.
It's not right. Not to the guys who do it the right way. Pete Carroll, plus annoying gum tuner. Just choose and choose and choose and choose and choose. And he claps. He's not even a coach. He doesn't coach. He claps. He chews. Chews and claps.
For your rules.
He's not even a coach. He's a cheerleader.
Number 3, Dabo Swinney, Clemson.
Yes.
2 national titles.
Yeah.
Yes. He took a program that was essentially Michigan State, and he turned it into Alabama. And he was the only one who could beat prime Saban. He may be a con artist and a bit of a hillbilly, but damn it, he's one of the best hires of all time.
What he said.
Number 2, Urban Meyer. Number 1, Nick Saban.
Yeah, I mean, again, Meyer goes to Bowling Green, immediate turnaround. Goes to Utah, immediate turnaround. Goes to Florida, 2 natties. Scumbag? Absolutely. Then Ohio State, it speaks for itself.
And basically revolutionized the Big Ten and said, you guys can keep doing this 3 yards in a cloud of dust thing. I'm not beholden to these guys. I'm going forward pass. We're going to run the speed option. We're going to do a whole lot of stuff here.
Go to Alabama before Saban and then look at with Saban. Alabama wasn't Alabama when he took over.
Oh, no, they were in the wilderness. They were still talking Bear Bryant. Oh, we got to have somebody that ties back to the Bear and, seriously, they got caught up in that, well, what lineage does he come from Bear Bryant? And that's the only way you could coach at Alabama.
Is he related to his cousin?
Sounds like a program I know.
It is, David. That's when a program goes south, when they become so ingrained to one person that it has to be some lineage going back to that person in order to coach them.
That is your college football.
Back to the real scion of integrity known as Bear Bryant.
It's your college football blitz.
Scumbag.
Brought to you by DR Trailer Sales. The Tigers look to clean up the mistakes and start a 3-game series with the Pirates at Comerica Park tonight. Despite this weekend's series loss to the Reds, Detroit is still the best team in baseball, 46-27. Manager A.J. Hinch says the errors in Sunday's series finale are an outlier for the Tigers. Good pitching matchup in this one. Casey Mize for Detroit. Bailey Falter for Pittsburgh. He's got an ERA just over 3 and 5 wins this season. Former Tiger utility man Don Kelly manages the Pirates now. 16-19 for him so far. Gene Lamont's his bench coach. First pitch 6:40. Pregame at 6:15 tonight right here on 97.1 The Ticket. And some good news. Will Vest will avoid the injured list after a scare involving his pinky during Sunday's series finale against the Reds. Manager A.J. Hinch says he's passed all tests. Also out in the bullpen, Tyler Owens has been sent down to Toledo. That makes way for Carlos Hernandez, claimed off waivers from the Phillies yesterday. And the Cup is in the building tonight. Paul Sarah's Panthers look to close out the Oilers and win back-to-back titles. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final in South Florida. Edmonton looking to force a Game 7 at their place. That puck drop at 8. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, 5 o'clock. Good to have you with us. Odyssey.com Rewind. You missed anything, including a lot of Tiger talk. ESPN had a lot to say about your lineup, some red flags for the postseason. And then I presented the absolute perfect trade proposal. No slander, please. But we have to have I think it's an interesting conversation. We have 4, let's call them general managers. I don't want to get lost in semantics about, president of this. You have 4 guy who makes moves for team in this town. Steve Yzerman, Scott Harris, Brad Holmes, and Trajan Langdon. 3 of them are objectively very good at what they do. One has been here for 1 year. One has been here now going into his 4th year. One is here in his 3rd year. The other, forget about it. The guy's been here since Stonehenge got put up, and he can't make the playoffs. So my question is, when I ask you to rank them in order of best to worst or worst to first, we all know who you're putting 4th. I will be stunned if anyone has Yzerman anywhere other than 4th. Been here the longest, done the least. But it was a really hard rebuild. Hasn't made playoffs. Team bad. No and no. So I'm just going to assume Yzerman will be 4.
Right.
But when I ask the question, whether it's to Rico and his beautiful PGA Tour golf shirt, or to you driving home from another day at your miserable office, the question is this: how do you begin to rank the other 3? None of them have a championship.
No.
None of them have made the championship game, but my goodness, on one level or another, they all took over really hard situations and turned them around to where the Tigers, the Pistons, and the Lions all feel like they have legitimate championship windows, either in process, just beginning, whatever. How do we begin to rank the 3?
Okay, Stevie's at 4 for me.
You sure?
Yeah.
But it was a really tough job.
I know.
Wow.
You stole the word out of my mouth. Wow.
Wow.
At number 3, I'm going to go with Scott Harris. The reason being, there is success, but we're still talking about how there's versatility and chaos and how, like, you got some okay pieces and you're making it work, but there's nothing that I see. Hey, just wait for these guys later, and then we'll have those players that you'll go out and buy that jersey for. At 2, I got Brad. Lions general manager at 2. Reason being, it took him a second. Holmes has some success. He believed in Jared Goff before anybody else in this city did. But I kind of feel like he's getting drunk off his own power now. And rather than going for that knockout blow, he's still just kind of dancing in the ring instead of just knocking the opponent out. I got Trajan at 1. I know he's been here a year. He's got a small sample size, but he took this team from being a legitimate joke to all of a sudden they're in the playoffs, to all of a sudden they're in the playoffs looking like they are going to knock off the New York Knicks. He made 3 moves, and those 3 moves took you from 14 wins to, what did they finish with, like 43 wins or something like that? Yes. I have him 1, Holmes 2, Scott Harris 3, Stevie 4.
Okay, I'll throw the number out and then I'll go through it because I have a different criteria, and whether you think it's fair or not, it's mine. It's my criteria. Not you. I'm saying the people.
I was about to say, buddy, it's your opinion.
You're fine. Well, opinions are mean. 248-539-9797. Rank your GMs in this town, assuming Steve is 4th. I like to look at what did you inherit. Now, I'm not talking out of both sides of my mouth. While Yzerman didn't inherit much, the problem is he's been here the longest, and one could argue, not that I'm going to have this argument, one could argue that even 7 years later, the best player he has is the one he inherited. That's an issue. Also yet to make playoffs. Also by far and away the worst pro scouting of any team in town. So Yzerman's 4. Then I look at, okay, what did everybody else inherit? When we look at Trajan, you inherited a lot. But he still had to make the massive move, and you have to credit Gores for this, of getting rid of Monty Williams, of making a coaching hire, and of making a couple veteran pro scouting signings. But because he's been here the shortest, I'm going to put him at 3.
Okay.
That's not a shot at quality. It's just I would kind of need to see more.
Okay. Fair.
2 would be Scott Harris. He inherited a lot. And look, I'm honest, I killed Al Avila. And I think a lot of it was right because I think Al was largely terrible. But when you look at the team, I mean, you inherited Tarek Skubal. You inherited all these other guys. Like, look at the lineup. Riley Green, Kerry Carpenter, Spencer Torkelson. Dylan Dingler was an Al pick. But what I credit Scott Harris with, the changing of the farm system, the changing of the culture, embracing what the manager wants to do, and then supplying him with shrewd moves with, all jokes aside, players like a Matt Vierling who can be this warhead. You move all over the place. Harris done a really good job with the pitching, but again, inherited A.J. Hinch, inherited Chris Fetter. I have to put him there. Brad Holmes inherited nothing. He inherited a god-awful franchise with a god-awful culture, with a history of god-awful ownership, and seemingly overnight, Rico, got this thing where it needed to be, which included, I inherited a quarterback cutscene who doesn't want to be here and has told me I have to trade him. Well, Brett, my misgivings with Holmes are exactly yours. I think they've gotten comfortable having a little season ticket waiting list.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like them to go all gas, no brakes. I still think Holmes has done the best job, and this is where I might be unfair. I view turning around the Detroit Lions like turning around the Charlotte Hornets. It's an act of God.
So that's what I'm saying. But Trajan,
I know.
You basically set the record for futility.
But is it wrong that he was only here 1 year, so I'd knock it down a peg? Because I need to see you kind of repeat it.
I understand that. I do, which is why I'm like, I would at least in your thing put him 2, but hey, you put him 3. It's on you, Mike. It's yours.
I wanted to explain the reasons why. And people don't need to agree, but I do value, man, the guy, like, I love how people use he didn't inherit anything. And that's their excuse for Steve. Well, then what's Brad Holmes' excuse? The answer is he has none. He's done the job.
No, he went out there
shout
and got
out
it done.
Kenny. That's what the money's for.
Yeah, he's gone out there. He's drafted, especially early on, he drafted very well. got a lot of key players that are going to be cornerstones to this team.
I could switch. If you tell me a year from now the Pistons are in the playoffs, they have a nice offseason, I could switch Harris and Langdon. I could, because of the inheritance weighting I put on there. The Tigers thing last year was a miracle, right? They were 9.5 out. They traded Flaherty. They have this.
And this
Disney
year
movie.
kind of feels like the miracle, the sequel.
Somehow it continued, yet all the calls we got earlier today were people saying, look, it's been a blast. I don't think they're this good. People, how do you see it? And look, I'm not going to yell at you. If you want to somehow make a case for Yzerman, you can. But how do you do it against Scott Harris? How do you do it against Trajan Langdon? Certainly, how do you do it against Brad Holmes? We're not arguing perfection. We're discussing actual value of each, call it chairman of the board of your teams you love. Who's best, who's worst, and who fills out the middle, and why. You can have your own criteria. 248-539-9797. David, do you have any early thoughts?
Yeah, I sure do. Yzerman, whatever.
You got him at 1?
No,
Oh.
I have him last. I have him last. I have Harris above Yzerman because most of these guys are not his guys. So I don't give him a ton of credit while they shifted some thinking within the organization because of him.
A lot.
I still
a lot of
have him
systems.
third. Yes. I have Trajan above him because 14 wins to 40-plus wins and making the playoffs and making the deals of getting Harris, Beasley, and Schroeder that did that for it in 1 year, I have to give him a ton of credit for that. And I'm a little biased because I love the Pistons, so I think I am biased there.
You got to leave that out.
No, I'm saying that because I know people are going to say that about me. I know they are.
David, I had him 1. And I know I'm going to get massacred because people love the Lions. Per capita, he did more than any other president/GM. Now, he's only done it for a year.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and I have Holmes 1, similar to what Mike said. It's the Lions, man. He turned the Lions around. Like, the Lions? Yeah, man. You did it. And you did everything. You had nothing.
He didn't have a quarterback.
Yeah, he had nothing.
He didn't inherit the number 1 overall pick. He inherited a staff that drafted Jeff Okuda.
Fair.
All that guy's done is walk in and draft not guys that'll eventually be good, home run after home run. Now, the misgiving is he's not doing enough in a Super Bowl window. But I got to rein it back in and go, we're in a Super Bowl window with the Detroit Lions.
He's got in them there.
And that's why I have him at 2, because it's like, okay, but now you're taking a victory lap and you haven't won yet.
But when you talk about championships and getting them there, while they haven't, none of these guys have, he's the closest.
This is why it's a fun topic.
Yeah.
People, rank them. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your phone call. See what the ticket texters have to say as well on a beautiful Tuesday afternoon. If you're paying noticeably higher energy bills, well, you got a problem. I mean, for one, your roof's probably not ventilated right, and B, your windows are probably made of Swiss cheese. Let Victor's Home Solutions schedule a free 21-point roof and window inspection for you. Cover every square inch of the roof, see if it's properly ventilated, carefully examine every window in your home, and there's no hassle, no run around. They're not going to do the high-pressure garbage. It's not what they're about. It's time for a new roof or windows. You'll get $500 off the project plus no interest and no payment financing until 2027. So the choice really comes down to pay higher energy bills or call Victor's. It's a pretty easy choice. Schedule your free, no obligation 21-point roof inspection today, 734-773-1100, or online anytime at victors.com. All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts get to the people. And if you want the Tigers trade discussion, we can kind of condense what we did earlier. If you want the long form, you can go to Odyssey Rewind. But I've got a perfect trade proposal. We'll do it at 5:30. I want to get to a couple of these calls. How are people ranking them, David?
Scott is first, then Brad, Trajan, and then Iserman. That is Rick out dashing right now.
I would love to hear the case. Not in a way that I think you're wrong. I'm fascinated is why is Scott above Brad when Brad has been anointed? I'm really interested because it comes down to your subjective scale. Go ahead.
Langdon cannot be number one. Only 5 players on the court means you can change it more easily than other sports. Holmes made the Lions a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Did the Lions a Super Bowl contender? Holmes number one running away.
But I would say this to defend not only Rico, but if it were that easy, then, Hornets.
Yeah.
Wizards.
Pelicans.
Pistons for 15 years. Pels. Look, I understand in theory you're right, but man, if it's that easy, why are the same teams always bad?
Right. And think about this. Not even the players walked in and said, got to get a new coach. You're not ready for this. You don't want to be here. Yeah, you're fired. Got to bring in a new guy. And he made deals. And these weren't blockbuster deals. They seemed minor. They seemed pretty meh, but they all worked out. So that's why I'm like, yeah, it's 1 year. Small sample size, but per capita, he got the job done. Because this
Did
team
you just drop
was
a per capita in a sports take?
I did.
Guy puts on a fancy golf shirt and he turns into Shakespeare. Okay. Per capita? Well, should we send you to the big wall? The living map?
Let me show you.
Yeah, jeez. We had Steve Kornacki at a horse race. Go ahead, David. I'll get to the callers.
I agree 100% with Mike. He gave all the key facts. Pistons were throwing games for picks. Third is where they should be. Langdon has been here for 1 year, but he is on the clock right now.
I think Langdon's got a shot to vault to number one with a big offseason. And the Pistons being a threat in the East, 2-year turn, I mean, you get points for that. You do. What's going to be fascinating is, man, if the Lions take a step back. Oh, how about this? When Marcus Davenport gets hurt, oh, my Lanta.
We don't know if he's going to get hurt.
I'll just tell you, betting on him staying healthy and not getting hurt is a wild strategy.
No, but the reason why I have Brad at 2 is just because he was there, and he, in my world, he slacked off. He is not going for the kill shot.
You just called him Spicoli. All right, let's go to Matt at Sterling Heights. Matt, what's up?
Hey, what's going on, guys? So, Mike, I pretty much agree with you. Holmes, number one, it was a dumpster fire, and within 2 years, they're in the playoffs or almost playoffs, and then championship game, number one, easily. Number 2, Langdon, ahead of Harris. They both inherited a lot of, the key pieces were all there when they came in. For Harris, even the manager was there. The big reason I put Langdon at number 2 is he hasn't made any bonehead moves. Harris let the number one trade piece walk away for nothing. He ran to sign Boyd for $11 million. He gave Maeda $22 million for 2 years. He gave Cobb $15 million years. The guy was going to retire. So I put Harris number 3 because he's made bonehead moves that Langdon has not made. Langdon, if the Pistons go to the championship or whatever, he could become number 1, I think, pretty easy. And, of course, Iserman.
Let me ask a fun question. Yeah. Matt, what would Iserman need to do to get out of the basement?
Oof. After 7 years, Iserman, they need to make a run. 8th place playoff teams, the Kings, I think, squeaked into the playoffs and won the cup. But he'd have to get them into the playoffs next year, win a couple of rounds, and then do it again the next year. He's got 3 years of playoffs before he gets out of the basement, only if one of the other guys, farts on themselves. Because they're so far ahead right now.
Okay. No, and Matt, you know why I asked the question. It's like, all right, it's one thing to say he's there. How do you get out of the spot you're in? Yeah, I'm excited for this summer because I don't have to deal with Steve Bots. This is going to be show or go.
They still might be out there, Mike.
Oh, no, don't say that, Matt.
Matt, I think the last Steve Bot probably went by the wayside in March and just realized this ain't happening again. When Kenny changed teams.
That was tough.
It was.
That was tough. Let's go to Jesse, 97.1. Jess, really? Another one of these, huh?
Send him to a Popka.
Honestly. That reference, you missed the show earlier, you wouldn't understand. We'll go to Kevin on a cell. Kev, how you doing?
I'm good, man. How you been?
Good.
Good. Okay, listen, I'm going to go Brad Holmes, number 1, Harris, 2. Iserman, everybody wanted it. Everybody wanted it. And I still do, right? I mean, I think the guy's a talented hockey player, and he's done great things in Tampa, and everybody's waiting for, like, the prize. How about, can we get a 100-point player? Like, we've got a 65-point player that we're treating like he's a 100-point player. Gave him the captaincy and all that stuff. We've got guys, but they're not. I mean, they don't have the defensemen that they had in the 90s.
The simplest way to do this is 7 years into this, your best player is still a guy that was here when Steve arrived. You want to say Lucas Raymond is better? Fine. The point is, Lucas Raymond's not going to be mistaken for being an elite top 10 player in this league. They don't have a superstar.
No, I don't care what he did in a little playoff game that meant nothing.
And 7 years in, and we have Peter Mrazek on this roster. That kind of thing. It makes me sick.
Mike wins.
No, but to Kevin's point, look, this summer, look, man, we don't make the news, we talk about it. Short of like Yzerman to get out of the basement in my world would need to have a seismic offseason. I mean, you're talking about a pair or a trio, signings and trades that reshape the trajectory of this team. Mm-hmm. It becomes this holy hell. We just got what? Or we signed who? It has to be something impactful to where to get out of the basement, there has to be a hope. Mm-hmm. A hope that the Wings are more than just the competing for the play. Like, look, Washington was the last team in this year. Last year. They were one of the top teams in the East in one offseason. They made some moves. They had, that Protas kid came out of nowhere to score 30. The point is, Rico, it would take something like that. I don't know what else he could do.
No, I think that's it, Mike. Because he can't do like the little tiny moves that Trajan has done. You're right. It has to be some of those old school Red Wing moves like, wow, they made this powerful trade and this guy is now wants to be a wing and he's here. You're not seeing that. And honestly, I think
no.
Right. I think expectation is nobody's expecting that.
Yeah, but okay, I'll leave it alone. Kenny's not here. The offseason hasn't started.
It hasn't.
But I'm going to wait.
No, it hasn't. But I think if you ask most Wings fans, they'd love to be pleasantly surprised. They'd love to get the little notice on their phone.
But I don't think Red Wing fans want to be pleasantly surprised. They want a sportsgasm. They want Steve to have the laser eyes like when he got hired and people were putting the GIF everywhere. They want him to just put it on the table, so to speak, and let's go. Yes. Enough. That's it. Pleasantly surprised left a building 3 years ago.
But what I'm saying is I don't think that the hope is there that you're like, oh, my goodness. Like Kenny, I remember like, oh, he's going to do something. And then last year it was like, I hope he does something. And this year it's like, will he do something?
Question mark. All right. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex superstore. They stock all colors of decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville. They'll have all the Trex you need when you need it. You could be outside enjoying your deck right now. Call Northville Lumber today or stop by, see the showroom, take home some samples. It's Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Tigers open up a 3-game series with the Pirates at Comerica Park tonight. Very good pitching matchup. Casey Mize for Detroit, Bailey Falter for Pittsburgh. Manager A.J. Hinch says the Tigers regrouped yesterday during the off day after this weekend's sloppy series loss to the Reds. The Pirates, under the former Tiger interim manager Don Kelly, are the third worst team in baseball, 29-44. The Tigers, despite the series loss, are still the best team in baseball, 46-27. First pitch, 6:40 tonight here on 97.1. And Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton has suffered a strained right calf and will now undergo an MRI to figure out its severity. Halliburton aggravated his right calf injury in last night's Game 5 loss to the Thunder. Head coach Rick Carlisle said last night that Halliburton has no plans to miss tomorrow's Game 6 with the season on the line for Indy. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 6 o'clock or at 971theticket.com.
All right, David, a couple of the ticket texts. Get to a football today. I did pass along a trade idea. We had a great conversation about it. I think it would make Tigers arguably the favorite to win the World Series, but you're going to pay a stiff price for it. Odyssey.com rewind, you want that. David, what do you got on ticket text, buddy?
This is from Eddie in Troy. He says Harris is at number 4, not Iserman. 85% of our team was traded for and drafted by Al Avila. Trades have been atrocious. His free agent signings have been even worse.
Yeah, but hold on. Now that's, God, I hate when you put me in a position I got to defend the Tigers, but here we are. Listen, first of all, the signing of Jack Flaherty was genius. The trade of Jack Flaherty to get Lorenzo was genius. Then bringing Jack back, genius. The acquisition of all these bullpen arms out of nowhere, and if you just want to give Chris Fetter credit, that's not fair. They've created a bullpen. They've created a rotation. Now, you're absolutely right. Did he inherit a lot? Yes. But look at the players he has been able to bring in to kind of nurse it along. Do I think he's, God's gift to baseball? No. But to say that he's done... Yes, the Maeda thing was bad, or the way the Erod thing went down, bad. But come on, that's not fair to just broad brush and be like, no, the trades are all bad, the signings are all bad. Look, they tried to get Alex Bregman. You want to label that bad too? Bregman got hurt for the Red Sox, but he was on fire.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know, man. I kind of think it's okay to just give the guy credit and say he's done a good job. Now, I'm not telling you it's been flawless, superb. His best work is the work we don't get to see, which is the restructuring of minor league baseball, developmental practices and systems. Look, he's done a spectacular job. The fact that the Detroit Tigers, who didn't produce a single living baseball player for 30 years, now have baseball players people covet.
Mm-hmm.
So I just don't think that's fair.
Harris first, Brad second, Trajan third, Michigan Panthers GM fourth, Stevie is fifth. That is from Rick.
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
Here's another one. Holmes 1, Langdon 2, Harris 3, me 4th, franchise mode and PlayStation 5th, Iserman.
You know what we got to do? And I got to look at the calendars, what day NHL, the offseason truly starts. I want to have a conversation with the fans in this city of what, not what do you need? What can Iserman do to reestablish whatever beliefs you held about him? And look, some people might say, yeah, at this point, win a Stanley Cup. Mm-hmm. Other people might say, look, I need this player or this move. I just want to know, because we're in a very strange place, Rico. The guy isn't getting fired. Lifetime deal.
No, you're right.
And no. But yet, you're getting texts like that. And you're like, oh, geez.
Me in PlayStation mode.
Right. What can he do?
We are 2 weeks away from free agency opening in the NHL.
Okay.
Draft is the 27th and 28th.
I've said it all along for me. I need one big trade. I need one big signing. And I'm talking frontline guys. Don't bring in some middle six forward or second pairing defenseman. No, we need a couple of studs, man. This team, when you watch the Panthers and Oilers or you watch any high-level playoff hockey, it's a different sport. I mean, this team 7 years in is nowhere close. Nowhere. That's pretty damning. Now, it can turn fast. Sign the Capitals. But you got to do the work.
Right.
And his signings have been, now, hey, to the previous ticket texter was knocking Scott Harris. I think you meant Steve.
Yeah, his signings. You're right.
The Andrew Kopps and the Comfers and the Petries and the Halls and then
Tarasenko.
Oh, dear God. It's just, look at the pro scouting on the Red Wings and just get a barf bag. Seriously.
No. No.
Without a gun to your head, you traded for Peter Mrazek. Yin Yang Twins.
You brought him back.
Yeah. What? Peter Mrazek making $5 million. He's back. He hasn't been good in 5 years.
I know. It's like the Trinity Benson, except for he makes more money.
Wow. You love that reset.
You sure do.
Go ahead.
Holmes, Harris, Langdon, Izzo, Michigan Panthers GM, then Yzerman.
This is getting slanderous.
They're getting, yeah. Doug in Eaton Rapids says Holmes, Langdon, Harris, 20th, Yzerman. I'm telling you, man.
David, can you just put it in your notes? We have to do
It's
that
in my
show
notes.
between now and when free agency starts, maybe the day before.
What does he have to do?
What, like, guys, is there, I feel like we're negotiating peace in the Middle East. Like, guys, is there a solution here? What can we do to make you like Steve again? 248. What does he have to do? Or are we just at an impasse?
No, I think it's there. It's just how high is that bar?
High.
Because for some, he's going to have to hoist the cup.
Olympic pole vault. High.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I'm wrong in holding that standard. I need 2 players that people want to buy the jersey, that people are hyped about, that raise the level of this team by no less than 12 to 14 points. This needs to be comprehensive. How would you slow roll it otherwise?
Can't.
Well, but what about Sandin Pellikka? Like, yeah, the idea that he's going to walk in the league and do what? Be Ray Bork? Like,
No,
I mean, come on.
Because I do think that some people are. It's that clock of we're hearing. Well, it's going to take 10 years to turn this team around. No, it won't, because Yzerman's going to. And wait, we're getting close to that 10-year mark.
No,
Oh boy. And reality's starting to kick in.
The reason it's Holmes is that he put the best players on this team. Goff, St. Brown, Sewell, Langdon had Cade when he got here.
Yes, and
Okay,
again,
fair.
But here's the other thing, and this is where regression happens. It's not a shot at Brad. The best GMs in the history of the NFL hit 50% of their first rounders. This guy's Ted Williams. I mean, he's out here hitting everything. Like, he walked in and essentially had a 3-year run like what Seattle did when they went from garbage to Super Bowl. And they built the Legion of Boom, and they found Russell Wilson, and they got Marshawn Lynch. Like, all the things they did. Their drafting was insane. That's Brad Holmes. Oh, the Oilers. There's the highlight. There you go. Let's play goalie roulette again. And this scumbag over here from Hollywood, Florida is going to have another Stanley Cup. This vagrant, this Florida man. Damn you, Paul Sarah. All right, IRS collection or audit. You need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. You need Maurice and Jerry. You need Abraham and Rose. Simple. They're not a random tax organization with phone screeners. These are real lawyers. They've gone all the way to the Supreme Court. They will fight for you, and they'll create a plan. And the best part, they're the buffer. They're going to talk to the IRS, not you. You just sit back and wait for their call. Visit AbrahamandRose.com today. Call 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. All right, we'll get back to business in a moment. We have all the football you need, 8 minutes, brought to you by a luxury polo shirt. It's time for football today.
Gentlemen.
Yes.
You know what? I saw this article and I said, who better to talk to the guys about this? So,
okay.
And then I'm going to add a few elements to this article, but it is minicamp overreactions in the NFL.
All of them. I'll talk to everybody later.
All right. See you.
Go
Tiger
ahead.
baseball.
Go ahead.
All right. First one. Anthony Richardson will not be the Colts starter come week 1.
I don't know that that's an overreaction. Let's be clear. Anthony Richardson hasn't been bad. He's been effing terrible. And once every 4 games, he uncorks the most beautiful deep ball you've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
It's everything in between that's trash. Insert comment of Rico saying, and he tapped out of a game. I don't think it's an overreaction, and I don't think they pay Daniel Jones more than Aaron Rodgers if he wasn't a legitimate threat to start for the Colts. I'm going to say not an overreaction.
Yeah, it's not an overreaction because he's also dealing with the same shoulder
There
injury
it
he's always been dealing with. So that part of it, that leans to he ain't going to start.
Yeah, I kind of feel the same way, gentlemen. The Bengals, I think I know where we are with this next one.
Yes.
The Bengals are wrong in how they're dealing with Shamar Stewart.
Totally.
In the negotiations.
Totally. It's bad faith negotiations. You're trying to change the language of a contract that is groundbreaking, that you didn't do to your last 2 first-round picks, that no one else in the league does to their first-round picks. I'm sorry. And when your veteran leadership council is telling Shamar Stewart you're doing the right thing, that's on the heels of the Trey Hendrickson debacle. Not an overreaction.
Not an overreaction at all. In fact, if I'm a player in next year's draft, I don't want to go to the Bengals. I would refuse to go to the Bengals. I would fight it, whatever I got to do in court.
You
don't
get drafted
go.
by the Bengals.
Fight it in court.
I don't know. Whatever
No, you know
have
what you
to
do, David? You get drafted by the Bengals and you do some type of protest move as you walk across the stage.
Something.
Because, yeah. Real quick side note, what do you think is the Bengals' end game? Because it's like they're trying to tick off all of their players. I've been trying to wrap my head around this. Like, what are you trying to do? It's like a bad, like a major league movie, only football style.
Well, this is who they've been their entire existence. The Brown family's notoriously cheap. Now you have a new leadership structure in the organization. And you saw one of their higher-ups go public and essentially shred Trey Hendrickson. Rico, I just don't think they have highly capable people. And they're cheap.
And they're cheap.
I mean, look at how they screwed with T. Higgins all those years.
Right.
And Joe Burrow basically had to go to bat saying, I'll burn the stadium down if you don't pay my guy.
It's literally just spin the wheel. Who's going to be next? Next, Kirk Cousins will be a backup QB in 2025.
That's an overreaction. I still believe when training camp opens, whether someone's leg explodes or some team walks in and goes, wait, this is our quarterback room, something will get done. And I just can't believe that Atlanta will have a $180 million backup QB. I'm going to say overreaction.
Yeah, he's going to be a backup. I just don't see it right now. Again, this is right now.
Do you regret that you didn't just take him versus
I
Aaron
him.
and his fake wedding ring
I
Rodgers?
would rather had him over Aaron Rodgers. Yes.
Also, no proof Aaron got married, yet he's wearing a wedding ring. We're just making things up.
Married to the earth.
Well, no, he just said it is a wedding ring. He never said he was married.
True.
Right, and Paul Serra's wearing angel wings. It doesn't mean he's an angel.
Paul's always an angel.
Well, I didn't mean it
He's
in that
angelic.
sense.
He's angelic. Like, he likes angel food cake. I don't
Okay,
know.
all right, just come on. Poor Paul.
Next up, the Commanders will not have Terry McLaurin on their roster at the start of the season.
Overreaction. Why would you say such a thing? He's just having a little contract pout fest. No, Scary Terry will be there. They had too much on the line. They're in their window with a rookie scale QB. They spent a ton of money. Overreaction.
See, you just said it. I don't understand what they're fighting for. I know they want their rate versus what he wants.
What is it you don't get? These companies aren't your friend. These teams are not your friends.
They're not paying a quarterback. Just pay the receiver and move on.
That means they take money out of their pocket and put it in yours. That's not how the game works.
Oh, they got to pay for a stadium. I'm sorry.
Don't worry. I'm sure the people of D.C. will be handling that.
Next up, Travis Hunter should be a full-time player on offense.
First one I've had a hard time answering.
No.
I'll say overreaction. I know what they're doing, and I know they're really trying to make him a two-way player. I still believe as a corner is his greatest value. Long, rangy, hyper-athletic, tracks the ball really well. I'm going to say overreaction, but it's tepid.
Yeah.
Because they're Jacksonville, and they do stupid things.
Yeah, put him at corner, have him return punts, kicks. I don't need him out there at receiver right now.
I think 10 to 12 plays a game. Nothing wrong with that.
Oh, okay. I'll meet you halfway. All right.
Come on, that's all. Jeez, David.
I'm the first year, I just don't want him at all. If you do it, second year, you kind of ease it in. I don't want to do it this year.
Oh, really, David?
As soon as I saw Rico's face, I knew what I said.
Yeah, I'm with you. Defense, because corner's more reactionary. You could go out there and just pure instincts to start off the year. Receiver requires a little more work. You got to learn the route trees. You got to learn a lot of different things of what to do. I think if you're going to try to play him immediately, it is on defense. David, I didn't forget about you. Steelers, the Pittsburgh Steelers are a 10-win team with Aaron Rodgers.
No. They'll fight for it. They'll end up at 9. But
they'll
they're not
do
a 10
everything
win.
in their power to be just outside of the range.
Correct.
They could even trade up for a QB.
Correct.
That's Steeler football.
They'll be pick number 18. Can't get a quarterback.
Overreaction.
Yeah. All right. I don't know how much you guys have really been keeping up with this, but this is not an overreaction. This is just a crazy story. But Tyreek Hill ran a 10.15 100-yard, 100-meter dash.
Yeah, 100-meter dash, yeah.
And he's challenged Noah Lyles. Noah Lyles didn't think he was that fast and was like, yeah, sure, I'm going to run this race. Noah Lyles has now canceled the race against Tyreek Hill. Is this something that you would like to see?
No.
I'd have to Google who Noah Lyles is.
No.
Olympic track star.
Yeah, like I said.
He's the gold medalist.
I'll leave it to David. He likes the Olympics.
Dash. I don't need to see this.
Yeah, he canceled the race.
Noah Lyles can only lose in this. Like you don't win in
he
this
loses
scenario.
to Tyreek Hill. His career is over, and all his marketing deals go bye-bye.
Correct.
It's risk it, biscuit.
Right.
What does he have to gain by beating Tyreek Hill? He should. This is essentially Michigan playing Akron in football. You have nothing to gain and everything to lose.
Okay. And last, overreaction or not, at the end of the camp and the beginning of the season, Shedeur Sanders will be your week 1 quarterback for
overreaction.
The Cleveland Browns.
Overreaction. I don't even know if he'll be on the team. I just know that Dylan Gabriel stinks, and I don't know how they took Gabriel over Shedeur. But I digress. I'm going to say overreaction.
Yeah, no, he will not. Nowhere.
Nowhere?
Nope.
Okay. You
Nope.
sure?
I'm positive.
He's going to be a Pittsburgh
Week
Steeler.
1? No.
Week 1, they're just going to come out there.
Maybe David's life could be more hellish, and it's Aaron Rodgers backed up by Shedeur.
Oh, yeah.
I'm good on that. Cameras everywhere, attention
At
everywhere.
that point, David,
everything but football.
I guarantee you will be a 10-plus win team this year.
David, you're going to win enough for the both of us because the Giants won. I'm rooting for you, buddy.
That is your NFL Overreaction Blitz 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. Casey Mize gets the ball tonight for the Tigers as they open up a 3-game series with the Pirates at Comerica Park. There's a lot of former Tigers in that Pittsburgh dugout. Former utility man Don Kelly, now interim manager, and bench coach Gene Lamont, who was on Jim Leland's staff. Pirates are the third worst team in baseball, but definitely improved since Kelly took over. He's gone 16-19 and likes the brand of baseball they're playing. Bailey Falter starts tonight for Pittsburgh. He's got 5 wins and an ERA just over 3. Paul Skenes gets the ball in the series finale for Pittsburgh. First pitch, 6:40 tonight. Pregame show at 6:15 right here on 97.1. Pacers star Tyrese Halliburton has suffered a strained right calf and will now get an MRI to figure out the severity. Halliburton aggravated that calf injury in last night's Game 5 loss to the Thunder. Head coach Rick Carlisle said last night Halliburton's got no plans to miss tomorrow's Game 6 with the season on the line. And the Cup's in the building tonight. The Panthers look to close out the Oilers and win back-to-back titles. Game 6 of the Stanley Cup Final in South Florida. Edmonton looks to force a Game 7 at their place. That puck drop at 8. At the Corbo Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, we'll get you to Tiger baseball here in about 6 minutes. I know Luke did his level best to build up the Pirates. They blow. You should sweep them right out of your ballpark. They're trash. So, look, welcome to Major League Baseball. Oh, my God, we had a bad series. Yeah, and don't worry. A team who likely doesn't try will be showing up next. Dude, baseball's got some serious problems, man.
Yeah,
There's so many egregiously bad teams.
Good news is this team's no longer in that group.
Correct.
So,
but I mean, my God. I gave a stat earlier to Caputo. He couldn't believe it. I was reading about the Rockies, not just about how horrific they are this year. Do you know, in the last 10 years, the Rockies, any of all the free agents they've signed in a decade, all of them, big, small, whatever, do you know what the collective WAR is? Wins above replacement. The collective WAR.
I feel
in
like
a decade of free agent signings.
You know what? How about we go 1? Be positive.
Lower.
-2.
Lower.
-4.
Lower.
Quit baseball.
Correct. You've arrived at quit baseball phase. The Rockies' collective WAR, return on your investment, -9.8 wins above replacement. You, in fact, would have been better starting dead people. You could have called up a lineup of pitchers and had it be a flat 0. Major League Baseball.
Mistakes were made.
David, do your thing.
That is so bad. Okay, so I don't need the music. We're going to go through some of the things that we talked about today. Rico, you had a blitz today. It was the OTA overreaction. We went through that. The one that I think got the most reaction was the Anthony Richardson job in jeopardy. We believe that he is going to be done. He's not going to he's not going to be the starter week 1. What's your question?
Yeah, was it an overreaction because he's got the shoulder injury and he's just been okay.
He's objectively terrible at football, and they paid Daniel Jones more than Aaron Rodgers to compete against him.
Or what he just said.
I'm here to help. Go ahead.
We also found out that the best vacation spot.
No, you're not going to turn 2 minutes of a 4-hour show into the big finish.
You know what?
I don't know, man. It was pretty good.
It was on point for those. It's summertime. You're looking to go someplace with the kid.
Don't go there.
If you go to Orlando, swing by a Popka.
I've got a friend in a hostage situation. He wants to move. Wife won't let him. It's a terrible scene. A Popka's a dump.
Swing by a Popka. Take a picture in front of the sign saying welcome.
You know the best view of a Popka?
Where?
In your rearview mirror when you're leaving. Paul Serra knows.
That may be true. Yeah, Paul Serra's here.
He's a Florida man. He knows what's up.
Yeah, he's about to win another Stanley
Cup tonight. He's not a Florida man. Don't do that.
Yes, he is.
I mean,
just because he doesn't drive some hopped up pickup truck doesn't mean he's not Florida man. Paul routinely wears American flag tank tops. It's just underneath his outfit.
Gotcha.
While he wears his Heat hat or his Florida Panthers hat. Exactly. Some of the important things that we got to was we ranked the GMs in this town. Rico, your ranking, I hope I wrote these right. Trajan was 1, Holmes was 2nd, Harris, and then Iserman.
Yes.
Mike, you had Holmes, Harris, Trajan, and then Iserman.
And the Langdon thing is based on 1 year. Hey, if you don't care, that's fine. But Holmes took over to Charlotte Hornets and got that thing cooking and quick.
I bought the Langdon stock hoping it turns into Bitcoin.
Oh, I like it. That's a good one. Good for you.
And let me give those people an update here before we get to the Tiger topics that we had today. Let me give you an update because we were waiting on Will Vest news. And AJ, via MLB Network Radio, spoke today. Initial tests on Will Vest were positive, and he appears likely to avoid the IL. This is what he said, quote, "I'm expecting to have him available in some capacity, not go on the injured list. Things can always change if we get more information, but so far, so good." And then Cody Staffenhagen then later on tweeted, yes, he indeed is avoiding the IL. He said he's back to normal today. That's what Will Vest said today.
I don't know what the hell any of it means. I just know Will Vest isn't dead, and that's good because they need him. Him and Canely are their entire high-leverage portion of the pen. You need him badly. What's the injury? No clue. That explanation by AJ, don't understand it. I don't need to. Will Vest either pitches or he doesn't.
Yeah, we'll hopefully see him tonight.
No.
Things go well.
No, I don't want to.
Oh, you're saying you don't want to see him against the Pirates.
You're playing the Pirates.
Yeah, you could take.
I can have Paul close the games.
Yeah, take these next 3-4 days off.
Well, Mike, you did suggest we were talking about the Tigers' best record or best team, and then branching off of that, you had a suggestion for the Detroit Tigers, and it was trading for Chris Sale.
All in. All gas, no brakes. Really maximize the year and a half I got with Scooble. Make 2 runs at it. Your farm system's only as good as what you do with it. Max Clark won't be here before 2027 and probably won't be a high-functioning player at the earliest until 28. That doesn't help me. Same thing with McGonigal. Same thing with the Briseños and the Lorenzo's. And, I mean, forget about the Chris Rodriguez's. They won't be here till 2030. What's the point of any of it if we're not going to get moving?
I think the most important part and the point was keep him from the Yankees.
That's right. Otherwise, yeah, I'll gladly take him, and then they'll bust your ass. All right, Tigers are next. 10-0 Tigers. Lock it up.